he knows that he can get impeached. And that's the strategy, to raise up the scariness, the strategy of fascism, and the elections that he cannot lose the elections. That's my reading. And the reading that I'm hearing across the country, because I'm also leading the Eyes Out campaign across the country, is how we stop defending ourselves too much and when we're going to attack. And this is the moment for us to also think about how we're going to attack. Our compañeras in the panel are going to go deep in all these connections internationally, locally, and also how it's not just about ICE, it's also about housing, it's also about healthcare, and it's also about, college and all that stuff. So I think I want to leave them there to make the points, but today is the time where we need to think about how in New York we're going to strategize to kick definitely ICE out of our towns. Either in our schools, either in our hospitals, either our barrios as well. This is the time. In Endelon, we have a say that say, solo el pueblo salva al pueblo. Only the people save the people. We don't believe in savers. No Democrats, no Republicans, not a politician is going to save us. We're going to save ourselves. Yes or no? And when we organize, when we have a strategy, when we have a clear strategy, and when we are connected to the grassroots, to the directly impacted. Because we also have seen it for so many years that this is happening constantly in campaigns. Something has happened and organizations comes and give us the direction and give us what to do and tell us what to do, and they already have the answers and the questions. But the people that has to have those answers and questions are the directly impacted. And those are the ones who has to lead our goals. And that's what's going to happen, and that's why we are trying to work more, and we're trying to do more Asambleas Populares, popular assemblies, so people can get fired up and we can hear from them where do they want to go and where we want to go. Is that cool? All right. So I don't want to take more time. Please, this is a place that it should be safe for everyone here. So I want everyone to take care of each other. Please connect to someone that you don't know. Can you give me a thumbs up if you're going to do that? Say hi to someone that you don't know. Be kind to everybody and be respectful, and especially in these moments that we need a lot of love when we have a lot of hate. Is that cool? All right, I'm going to pass it to Gabi. Let's give a round of applause to Gabi as well. Because listen, we've been organizing actions, responses, and then organizing an asamblea with Marco, with Veronica, with Dave, with everyone is not easy. So, after you organize actions, now you have to organize a panel, and we've been run out of the clock. So I want to give a round of applause to Gabi and to everyone for putting this together. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot this. All right. So sorry. I really, really want to do this. So I want to take a moment and oh shit. I want to take a moment to recognize the people that have died with in hands of ICE, but not just in hands of ICE, also in hands of the Democrats and Republicans that put the vote to giving more money for ICE. So when I say their names, I want to see if we can all say presente. Is that cool? In Spanish? Good. So we are here in the name of Rene Good. We can do better. Come on. We are here in the name of Rene Good. In the name of Alex Pretty. In the name of Silverio Villegas. In the name of Keith Porter. In the name of Roberto Carlos Montoya. In the name of Luis Beltrán Llanes. In the name of Geraldo Lunas Campos. In the name of Víctor Manuel Díaz. In the name of Paradi La. In the name of Herbert Sanchez Dominguez. In the name of Luis Gustavo Llanes. These names are not enough, but are quite enough for us to keep the fighting going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jorge. And thank you again to all of you for being present for the first of many people's assemblies by the ICE Out of New York Coalition. My name is Gabriela Silva. I'm one of the organizers with the ICE Out of New York Coalition that is fighting to end ICE terror and for full rights for all immigrants. Today, we want to start by recognizing that the Trump administration, in an effort to consolidate their power and the wealth of a tiny elite, have been waging attacks on working people here and abroad. We've seen the expansion of mass deportations and detentions. We've seen the deployment of federal agents to cities across the United States, most recently Minneapolis, in a racist campaign against the Somali community. We've seen people be murdered by federal agents, including Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. We see that the Trump administration has their sights set already on the next city that they're going to attack, in Ohio, where there's a sizable Haitian diaspora at a time when the temporary protected status for the Haitian community is set to end. We've seen intensified military aggression against the Caribbean and Latin America, the extrajudicial killings by airstrikes of fishermen in international waters, the bombing of Caracas, and the illegal kidnapping of the Venezuelan president and his wife. We've seen threats against Cuba, which, like Venezuela, continues to be subjected to unilateral economic warfare by the United States. And here at home, we've seen the deepening inequality that's exacerbated by tax cuts for the ultra-rich and the gutting of essential services for working people. All the while, billions of dollars of public funds are being funneled into immigration enforcement and the military, to the point where this is the most that ICE has ever been funded, that the military has ever been funded. And all of this is so that this tiny elite group can exert their domination over the peoples of the world. But the flaw to their plan is that this is all deeply unpopular amongst people in the United States and across the world. And at every turn, people have been resisting against this racist agenda of the ultra-rich. Yeah, give it up. Give it up for yourselves, because you're part of that resistance. There have been waves of protests and collective action in opposition to all of these attacks. We've witnessed the largest days of action in US history. We've witnessed Minneapolis, Minnesota, showing us the way forward by waging one of the most powerful tools that workers can wield, can flex their power, the general strike. And as ICE, CBP, and the entire Trump mass deportation machine continues to move forward with their violent rampage throughout communities in the United States, and as we continue the fight for justice for all of their victims, there's a growing call to expand this shutdown, this general strike nationwide. Yesterday, there were 300 actions. Over 25,000 people in New York City took to the streets, and over 100,000 took to the streets of Minneapolis. And I want to give a shout out in particular to the students who have been organizing walkouts, protests all across the country. Yesterday, the students were there before the organizers even got there rallying. Just they were ready. And I say all of this to say that while we have been seeing these serious escalations by the Trump administration, we've also seen a growing willingness in our people to fight. And we have to recognize, and this panel will ground us in the history of the United States, recognizing that while the Trump administration is desperately seeking to roll back the rights and advancements of our movements, We also know that racism, wars, militarization, and mass deportations are constant features of the US government that both, as Jorge said, the Democrats and the Republicans are responsible for. And we know the issue of immigration is directly tied to US foreign policy, that huge numbers of people migrate here to flee the poverty, violence, climate disasters caused by the same US corporations and politicians responsible for the injustices we face here. And so we recognize that our fight for justice and dignity for all working people is a fight against the racist exploitative system that serves the interests of the billionaires. So I'm honored to be sharing the stage with dedicated organizers and leaders who are on the front lines of that fight. I want to call up now Nadia Marin Molina, the director of the National Day Laborers Organizing Network, Manolo de los Santos, the co-founder and director of the People's Forum, and Claudia de la Cruz, organizer, theologian, and executive director of IFCO Pastors for Peace. So all of our presenters are going to now speak about the connections that I've started laying out between US interventions, wars, resource and power grabs, how it's impacted countries in Latin America, driving migration, and we see these attacks playing out here on immigrant communities. And then to speak about how we organize. What is our duty as people living here to fight for the defense of the sovereignty of peoples of the world, but also for the rights and dignity of immigrants here. So Nadia, could you please kick us off? Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Buenos días a todos. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much. I have to mention first that I'm co-executive director along with Pablo Alvarado, who is in California, of Endilon, which is the National Day Labor Organizing Network. We work with workers, organizers, member organizations that are worker centers to build power among day laborers and immigrant workers across the country. Immigrant workers sustain industries, sustain the economy with their labor, and meanwhile, the wealthy, the corporations, large ones and small ones, are stealing their wages and benefiting from their work. And these same people, day laborers and other immigrant workers, have been the targets of this administration from the beginning. And we have to recognize, as has already been mentioned, that we are in the middle of an escalating campaign of authoritarian violence. There's been some media coverage about how there's a changed tone in Minnesota, but we know that they haven't changed their ways, they haven't changed their racist agenda. They're just figuring out how to handle the moment. They are on the march, and we believe we have to prepare for the worst, and we have to prepare for what we do next. We have to organize. The budget of ICE has increased. There was the big ugly bill, right, that passed a while ago. With that legislation, ICE can operate for 7 years without any additional funding. They got $75 billion in that bill. So right now, the whole debate about the budget, even if they shut down, even if they defund ICE entirely, ICE still has 7 years worth of funding from that other legislation. So we have to be very clear that ICE is going to continue, ICE is expanding, and that is not going to change. We have to continue to fight about it, fight back, and right now is a critical moment. I also wanted to mention that, when we see the news, I think a lot of times we feel like there isn't much that we can do, although I think this crowd knows that we need to take action. But we feel that it's important for us to give an opposite message, to provide hope, to build communities. We know that Minnesota is proving what we know to be true. That even though they're going into neighborhoods with the power of their badges and the guns, we have the power of the people on our side, and that will always win. So We mentioned ICE Out, the ICE Out campaign, and all of you, many of you have participated in one way or another, are already part of it. Number one, the goal is to defend the people and protect people, and number two, to build power, right? To collectively exert power, whether in a local city, in a county, the state, or in DC. And I want to mention something that Jorge mentioned as well a little bit, which is that the ICE Out campaign actually began during the Obama administration, because Obama began to implement what are known as 287G agreements. And those are the ones that are agreements in writing that deputize the local police, or where there's collaboration, police, sheriffs, and the federal government of ICE. And the campaign at that time was to fight the 287G agreements and build the understanding that these 287G agreements destroy trust when they have local agencies that are deployed to do ICE's dirty work. But Obama pioneered some of what Trump is now using, not just those mechanisms of 287G, but even the arguments that they're going after the criminals, right? That was an argument that Obama was using at that time. And that's the same argument that they're using now. So I want to mention a couple of things just about organizing as well. We have been in different parts of the country trying to organize as well as around here. And one of the initiatives that we started, and which we're going to have a workshop on too, is called Adopt a Corner. And that came up because day laborers are such a target in every part of the country. They've been a target of this administration. Stephen Miller specifically saying, go after day laborers at the Home Depots or 7-Elevens. And so we felt we need to organize grassroots defense networks. We've trained over 6,000 people, adopted over 170 corners, and we need to do more. We need to do much more, because we know that that's not enough. This Adopt a Corner is a way of, it's similar to rapid response, but it's different, because it's about directly building relationships of support with those workers. The other one that I'll mention is ICE Out of Home Depot. Has anyone heard, participated? Some of you were at the actions, right? ICE Out of Home Depot. And the goal is still to push Home Depot to take action. As a corporation, they're pretending that there's nothing that they can do. That is not true. They can. They showed it. For those of you who were here at the action in Manhattan, do you remember what they did when they got upset that we were marching around in circles in their store? What did they do? They closed the doors of the store, because they can do that. They can close the doors of their stores. They can close their parking lots. They have, as a private corporation, a lot of power. And we're just asking them to actually use some of that power that they have to protect the workers who are sustaining their economy. And then the last thing that I wanted to mention is also related to the ICE Out of New York campaign. Is I don't know if they're here yet, but I want to make a shout out to the Long Island Committee and to the Hempstead Committee to defend immigrants and workers' rights. We have a campaign that's just beginning, and Hempstead is a small town, a village actually on Long Island. And there's no 287G agreement there, but there's definitely collaboration. There's definitely collaboration. We have seen how the local police are targeting people who are monitoring ICE, how the local police there's even a drone that the local police uses for facial recognition, and that we're trying to figure out how it is that they're using that in collaboration. So everywhere, every single tiny place in New York is a place where we can fight, and where we're going to fight. And then the last thing that I think I said the other one was the last thing, but this is actually the last thing. Yesterday, Governor Hochul made an announcement that she was proposing a set of legislation called Local Cops, Local Crimes. And part of what that legislation will do, we haven't seen it, but this is what she says it's going to do, is that they're going to eliminate the 287G programs, which is the collaboration that I just mentioned. They're going to prohibit them from being in effect anywhere in New York, which is great. That is a testament to the organizing, to the amazing organizing that they that they felt here in New York. It is an achievement. Any of you know, do you remember what Governor Hochul's position was on driver's licenses? She was lieutenant governor. Negative. She was against it. She was against driver's licenses. She has never been a pro-immigrant governor. So the fact that she's doing this is very important, and it's a testament to the pressure that she's feeling, but it's not enough. What that doesn't do, if they eliminate the 287G agreements, the problem is that in places like Hempstead, where there's collaboration but no written agreement, they can still continue to do that because it doesn't eliminate all of the collaboration and information sharing and resources. There are places where the fire departments are allowing ICE to deploy in their parking lot. The police departments give space for ICE to deploy. So all of those are things that need to be eliminated. And so we want to make sure that everybody knows this does not go far enough. We have pushed for New York for All, which eliminates all of that collaboration. Even if that passes, legislation also never goes far enough. But it's important, if you hear about this, to make sure we're still fighting back. We're going to continue to fight back until ICE is out of New York.
Thank you so much, Nadia. I want to pass it off now to Manolo.
Thank you so much, Gabby. Well, first of all, good morning to everyone again. I feel like we're living perhaps equally the most terrifying times, but also the most exciting times of our lives. Because as much as the terror of the state increases against all of our people, also the resistance of the people grows by the day. The scenes, I woke up to the videos, 100,000 people marching in San Francisco, 100,000 plus marching in Minneapolis, tens of thousands in cities like Tucson, Arizona. And here in New York, high schoolers leading a march of over 30,000 people. Something is happening in this country, and I have to start by saying that we would not be here in this moment if it wasn't for organizations like Endalon. I'm trying to think back to 20 years ago when we were fighting against the Sensenbrenner bill, and it was the migrant workers of this country who led, actually, the first major general strike in this country, led by workers, for workers, to stop a fascist attempt against the lives of ordinary immigrants in this country. My respects to Endalon, but also all the worker organizers in this room, Damayan, La Red de los Pueblos, the Catholic Charities, all the different organizations that have brought us to this point where there's been a major qualitative leap for us. That is no longer just the struggle of the migrant workers, but is a struggle led by migrant workers for all of society. That is where we're at right now. When people ask me to explain, Manolo, why are you here in the United States? Why are you an immigrant in the United States? I cannot give you a long explanation or a long story about why that is. My only answer is, my country was invaded over 3 times in the last 120 years by the United States. For the last 120 something years, the US government changed governments at their pleasure in my country. They destroyed any sense of dignity, of development, of the right to even have our own economy, and therefore, not all of a sudden, millions of Dominicans have to live in this country. We didn't choose it. It was chosen for us. Therefore, when we look at the real roots of immigration in this country, in which they try to catalog some of us as good immigrants versus bad immigrants, criminal immigrants versus non-criminal immigrants, we have to look at the criminal system that put us here in the first place. The war that was unleashed by the Trump administration going back to January of last year, Nadia pointed out, didn't start last year. It didn't start under the Biden administration. It didn't start under Obama. It didn't start 20, 30 years ago. It is the story of this country. It is the story of a country that has lived off the violent exploitation of everyone who lives not just within its own borders, but across the world. And in a sense, that same violence, that same exploitation, unites us in a remarkable way. We now see how the Trump administration actively uses this logic of we're facing a national emergency. Criminals, immigrants, and the long list of pejoratives that they use against our people justify their so-called national emergency that requires them to send the National Guard, CBP, ICE agents across the country with a clear mandate. We didn't have to see it written in any memo. It's been clear because we are seeing it on live television across the country. Authorized death squads to not just round up immigrants, but to keep anyone who opposes it in line. Otherwise, how could we understand the killings of Renee, of Alex? But ultimately, not just in this administration, but throughout time, of hundreds of our immigrant working class brothers and sisters. They use this same logic of a national emergency to justify and create lies about the need to attack and invade Venezuela. And we saw the result of that logic. Hundreds killed in a bombing attack. The president of another country, whether we like it or not, illegally kidnapped and brought to a prison in the United States. Now, the same logic of national emergency Trump announced yesterday means that we're literally going to be blocking fuel to the island of Cuba, a country that we have already been blocking for 65 years now. We're now telling them, you do not have a right to run your hospitals, to run your schools, to feed your own people, because the U.S. believes Cuba is an unusual and extraordinary threat. Raise your hand in this room if you believe Cuba is a threat to your national safety. Just for those who are watching on the live stream, not one hand was raised in this room. Because not only is it an absurd and cruel joke, it is something that is disguised to us as policy, but is nothing but a declaration of war. National emergencies ultimately have one logic. Whether it is to attack and invade countries abroad, or it is to repress and round up immigrants and deport them massively from the United States. It's the logic of violent repression and control. It's the idea that this country can be forced to go into the past, to go back 100 years into time when they would prefer it, that we would not speak up, that migrant workers would not be organized to fight back, that we would not have accumulated enough experience and struggle to actually threaten the stability of a fascist regime in this country. But it is also the logic, ultimately, that human beings are disposable. On either sides of the border, our lives are nothing to them. They mean nothing but simply the ability to create and generate profit soaked in blood. So against this logic of violence, of repression, of disposability of our beings, of our families, of our neighbors, the only response can be to organize. That is the one tool we have in our arsenal. They are afraid that we are the violent ones. What we have is greater than any violence they can expose. Because like Endelon and so many of the organizers of the working class movement here in this room have demonstrated, it is when people collectively come together, not just to mobilize, but to organize block to block. It is that we gain a major advantage against the enemies of our humanity. At this moment, they will try to instill fear. They will try to instill the belief that none of what is being done right now to organize our people is enough or is insufficient, and it doesn't matter. Nothing of what we'll do will change the reality. That is an absolute lie. There is no greater lie than that. On the contrary, like Nadia has so perfectly explained, if we have gotten to this point, it is precisely because we have taught them a lesson so far that the people have an immense capacity for self-organization. So as we go into this period, not only be a period of intensified repression, ICE will continue its raids. We are the thing that can block them. I am not waiting for the Democrats. I am not waiting for the midterms. I don't know how many people keep telling me, just wait till November. Like, just wait till November. Look, we'll figure it out in November. Are we to trust the people who couldn't figure out yesterday that they had to block a budget? Can we trust a group of people who have essentially negotiated behind our backs, essentially a peace deal with Trump, in which migrant workers are expendable? For us, that is unacceptable. Our lives cannot wait till November. We have to organize now. That's why we are in this room. That's why we are going to be organizing ourselves. That's why we are going to be organizing the people outside of this room. So I thank again my fellow panelists. I thank everyone in this room, so many whom I've seen in the struggle, and some who I've been knowing 20 years of organizing in the streets, not just of New York, but across the country. A salute to all the fighters who never gave up, but an even greater salute to the people who are waking up now and are making the promise of a real democracy actually possible in our time.
Well said. Thank you, Manolo. And now to close this off, Claudia, take it away.
It's hard to follow. How are you doing today? I hope you feel strengthened and emboldened by what happened yesterday. It was a historic moment. But we are yet to make history. Making history means transforming the system that gave birth to ICE, that has given birth to detention centers, and the expansion of surveillance, not only for immigrants, but for everybody and their mother in this country. I think it's important for us to understand that in order for us to be able to transform society, there are many things we need to do. As individuals, we need to have the capacity to feel. We need to have the capacity to think critically, but we also need to have the capacity to act boldly. And we're in a moment, I think it was Jorge who mentioned, where we need to go deeply. And we need to go deeply in terms of our understanding of the moment, and we'll also need to be able to go deeply in terms of the relationships we need to build. We don't have the privilege of time. And we don't have the privilege of thinking that one organization can do what many organizations and millions of people need to do. We need to build unity. And I wanted to bring that up because I don't know how many of you saw that the border czar went to Minnesota, the devil, also known as Homan, and claimed, right, in his speech that he's been doing this for 40 years. And I was like, damn, we've been doing this since 1492, bro. You got to the game pretty late. I say that, you know, in a jokingly tone, but I want us to understand that we come from a legacy of people who have fought colonialism, people who have fought slavery, people who have fought imperialism. And there is no way that we could think about immigration without thinking about those first. And so when we're organizing, we need to get out of the idea that has been sold to us by those who oppress us, by those who create policies telling us that because we're in the United States, we don't need to think about how they intervene in Haiti, how they intervene in Venezuela, how they intervene in all of the countries that basically they destabilize and where people are forced to migrate from. There is no coincidence that the United States has targeted Venezuelans, that the United States has been targeting Cubans, that the United States are now targeting Haitians, and it's not new. It is accelerated, but it's not new. And I want us to ground ourselves in that because we cannot continue to do the organizing that we've been doing in the same way. We also need to think strategically and think differently in how we approach things. I think it's important for us to see what's happening here and ask ourselves, when the United States talks about democracy, is it really democracy or is it hypocrisy? I mean, I am a mom, and the story of Liam Ramos has definitely gutted me. How do you have the ability to detain a 5-year-old, bring him into a concentration camp, because that's what those are, have the little baby get sick? How do you separate the only caregiver for a disabled son and allow for him not to come to his son's funeral? I mean, how can that country export democracy? How can that country export benevolence? It exports misery. In the same way that it chokes our communities from thriving by stealing billions of dollars, because we're not talking about millions, we're talking about billions of dollars from our healthcare, from our housing, from our ability to access dignified jobs. In that same way, they steal $15 million a day from the Cuban economy. 15 million. And if you think about over 60 years of blockade, you're talking about over $150 billion. And then you turn around and you say, well, their system doesn't work. I mean, I don't know if you know about gaslighting. I found out about gaslighting like a month ago. I'm old, you know? Now I'm learning concepts and shit. I don't know if you know about gaslighting, but that's what gaslighting looks like. It is the demonization of our people here by calling us criminals. And it's the demonization of nation states that don't bend their knee to U.S. imperialism like Venezuela, that are called narco-trafficking governments. Now riddle me this. If you're so concerned about narco-traffickers, why are you pardoning someone that was convicted of trafficking drugs? If you're so concerned with corruption, how is it that your government is making billions of dollars off the backs of working class people in this country? The United States has no moral authority to point the finger at any nation states. However, they get to strangle them economically and isolate them politically. What they are doing across the world is what produces migrants. It is not anything else but a generated, an architected, orchestrated fabrication of Washington to profit, because they no longer need slave ships. They create destabilization in our countries and have us come on our own. And then they criminalize us for doing what? Working. Because where are they picking people up? Work. They're picking people up in the courts, people who are legalizing themselves, although I believe there's no such thing as an illegal on this planet. They're picking up babies at the doors of schools. They're picking up people in transit and leaving the cars running. And I think what is happening now is not isolated from the level of cruelty that they wanted us to witness and be complicit of. For over 2 years, we've seen the genocide in Gaza. And they were betting on us to sit idly and watch. They actually always bet on us on being complicit with their brutality. But what happened? Did the people sit back and watch idly? No. Hell no. People organized all over the globe and were able to make connections, not only about Gaza, but Congo, Sudan, Haiti. People were talking about Puerto Rico, a colony of the United States since 1898, and that is now being utilized for training and military exercises. And Manolo might remember, because we were together in the streets fighting for the U.S. Marines to get out of Vieques many years ago. And the people won that. And we're going to win again. But we need to be conscious of the facts on how all of these things are connected, because you know who knows these things are connected? Our enemy knows. There is a twofold war that is happening. Not only, in our local communities, it's not only in this country. It is a twofold war that has been in development for many years. It is a war on the working class of the United States and a war on the working class across the seas. And if we cannot understand that it is the enemies of every working class person in this country, including migrants, that are also the enemies of the global South, then we're losing. So there is unity that we need to build amongst ourselves, understanding that this struggle is not simply about immigrants. I loved how Manolo put it. It is not an issue of immigrants led by immigrants, but this is an issue of humanity. The stakes are high. This is an issue of human beings that care about humanity. And if we don't have the ability to feel it in our guts, to feel it in our beings, then we need to ask ourselves, what the are we doing? I'm doing better because now I bleep myself out. What are we doing? This is beyond an issue. This is all the issues. This is immigrant rights. This is women's rights. This is LGBTQ rights. This is the right for civil rights. This is a struggle of humanity that is being attacked in all fronts, trying to create chaos so that we don't see each other. But guess what? We need to see each other. And we need to hold each other. And we need to build together, and we need to organize together. I love the saying, solo el pueblo salva el pueblo. Only the people save the people. But I want to add something to that, and hopefully you also applaud. Solo el pueblo salva el pueblo si nos organizamos. Only the people save the people if we're organized. We could be a whole bunch of people and not get shit done. I don't know how many of you have been in family reunions like that, but I have been. We could be a whole lot of people, and if we don't have the same strategic vision, we're not going to get anywhere. Solo el pueblo salva el pueblo si qué? Only the people save the people if what? We build unity, we organize, we mobilize, and in the way that we do it matters. We can no longer afford to think locally alone. We have to think and act globally, which means that in the same breath that we're demanding ICE to get out of our communities everywhere, not only in New York, we also need to demand for the United States of America to end the immoral blockade on Cuba. We have to demand for the United States to lift the sanctions on Venezuela. We have to demand for the 800 military bases that are all around the world that have no business being anywhere to get the fuck out. I couldn't blip that out. Because guess what? The millions of dollars, the billions of dollars that they invest in war come out of our pockets. Come out of the possibility of all of us building a present and a future. And if we don't build the backbone to fight that shit, it's going to come back to us. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing what they've done to Guatemala, what they did to Chile, what they've done in the Dominican Republic, what they've done to Haiti, come into our neighborhoods. So if we don't have the backbone to defend our brothers and sisters across these seas, we will never build the backbone to defend ourselves. And so I hope today is a day of re-energizing ourselves, is a day of solidifying our commitment, because we got a lot of work to do. And the best part of it all is that we don't have to do it alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. I can't think of a better way to kick off this assembly today. So give another round of applause, please, to our panelists for their political grounding and for reminding us of the task ahead of us. With that, we are going to transition into the training sessions that we have today. Many thanks to everyone who's contributed, from our panelists to our organizers to the People's Forum, for housing us. So just perfect. I don't know if you can see. We have it behind me here. There were sign-up sheets that went around for people to indicate what trainings they want to be a part of. We have history of immigration, know your rights, what you need to know about immigration bonds, and adopt a corner, solidarity with day laborers. So right now, I'm looking at Taji for us to start organizing ourselves into different rooms of the space, and or I'm looking at Jorge to do it. And in case you didn't know and you are online and can't see, or in the corner of the space where you can't see, the floor of this space is full, and we have 2 other rooms with people in them right now. And that's not counting everyone tuning in on the YouTube right now. So thank you all for making this possible. Jorge, back to you.
Thank you. Let's give it a round of applause. All right. When I do worship, we say un aplauso, one clap. Let's see if we can try. Juan is gonna lead us. All right, let's do it. Juan nos va a liderar. Let's do it. Half clap. Okay, great. So the history of immigration and policy is going to be on 2nd floor on Josina, right? So 2nd floor, the history of immigration. We don't know where the signing sheets are. Can you please give it back? Oh, there we go. If you want to keep, I think we didn't do this part. All right, can we just try to do it really quick? But we choose, hopefully, we can make it as much comfy for everybody. So the history of immigration and policy is going to be second floor, Josina floor. The Know Your Rights is going to be on Claudia Jones. So el de Conozca Sus Derechos va a ser Claudia Jones. La historia de migración también, second floor, el segundo piso. Immigration bond and scams is going to be here in the main room. ¿Cómo se dice bonds? Fianza, ya. El de fianza va a ser aquí. Y el de Adopt You Corner and Post Arrest is going to be on the theater, downstairs, on the basement. All right? En el basement. Is that okay? ¿Estamos? All right, we're going to give like a quick 5 minutes for all to break out. Thank you. I'm gonna repeat it just in case. Policy and history of immigration, second floor. You're gonna look for the room that is called John Cena. Know Your Rights, Conozca Sus Derechos, second floor. We need Karina and Delcy y Doris. Por favor, si pueden hacer el setup del Know Your Rights. Y fianza, inmigración or immigration and bonds and scams targeting our community is going to be here for Ambition Freedom. And Adopt Your Corner and Post Arrest. If you want to learn how to adopt your corner and post arrest, go downstairs to the basement. Oh, there we go. En español. Ok. Fianza aquí en este cuarto. La historia de la inmigración y la póliza en el segundo piso en el cuarto John Cena. Conozca sus derechos en el segundo piso Don Cena. Fianza y inmigración aquí en este cuarto. Y adopta una esquina abajo en el teatro, en el theater, en el cine. The stairs are in the door around the corner where it says Chamba. Around there, you can go upstairs. Yeah. If you can raise your hand, whatever the people that is going upstairs, so people knows, right there. Yeah. Thank you. Sí, adopt your corner, theater downstairs. Adoptar las esquinas abajo. Sí, campaña de. If you want, si quiere aprender a ir a una esquina y cómo conversar y ayudar. Y después del arresto, abajo. ¿Qué hacer después de que le arresten? Va a ser los dos. Sí, juntos. Yes, vamos a ver cómo. Sí. I think you should.
Ahí imitamos. Sí, se van a quedar para que, porque vamos a quedar aquí para la fianza, si se sientan para acá para estar todos en un solo lado. Stay for like bonds, like if you want to stay, like yeah, on that side, so we all could be like together and like yeah. If you stay for like bonds, like if you stay for bonds, if you sit on that side, so we all could be like together and. Oh really? Okay, because majority of the time I say that, people are like, I don't know what that is. So I'm like,
In Spanish, they translate it to and it's like, I don't think. Yeah, I'm really confused on the term, but that's what my Spotify says.
because like shoegaze, the reason why it's called shoegaze is because you have so many pedals that like they were just very nice. Like because the process is so so I played shoegaze again also in Asana. And like I like when I sing stuff like that. I agree. For bonds, if you want to like just move to the side. Yeah, but we want to like have bonds here, just like yeah, to be all like more together. Bonds. Yeah, we can just have everyone singing together. Like do stuff that I went through, like for example, like it's not like super specific, like Buenos dias, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. I know that, this I was like sending an email yesterday and I was like, wait, we still in January, but it has like felt like this is like a year that's been so long with so many things happening. And just the fact that you were here on such a like cold day means so much, not just like, people organizing this, but for the community. So thank you so much. And I think you should all give yourself a round of applause. My name is Rosa Santana, pronounced she, her, ella. Mi nombre es Rosa Santana, mis pronombres son ella, and I'm with the Envision Freedom Fund. Envision Freedom Fund, trying to give you, I don't want to give you the whole, because we've been doing this work for a very long time, but our organization actually was called Brooklyn Community Bail Fund before, and we started in 2015. And at that time, we were doing a lot of pre-trial bail, criminal bail. So we paid we paid nearly $5 million and restore about 750 years of pretrial freedom. But we saw that we did a lot of work on pretrial, and we knew that on 2016 that 2018, that because of all the immigration things that were happening, that more of the work that we wanted to move towards it was on immigration bonds. So in 2018, we started paying immigration bonds. And this is a little update, and I'll give you more information after, but we also have, you probably have heard of Core Watch NYC. It was launched at Brooklyn Community Bail Fund. And we also launched and incubated the National Bail Fund Network, which is just like a group of, it's a coalition that holds a lot of the different bond funds across the U.S. So, and I will tell you a little bit about me, because I think it's just like, we're here in community. Something that one of the panelists said was like, you cannot do this work by just as an organization. And that's something that for us is very important in this movement. I think all of this is collective work. And one of the things that is extremely important is for you to know which organizations are out there, what resources they are, so you could go back to your community, you could go back to your people that that might be affected, and connect them to those organizations. Like I said, my name is Rosa Santana. I am a proud immigrant from Honduras. I came here when I was 15 years old. And I've been here for a long, long time. I don't want to say how long, because I don't know. I don't care how how old I am. But I have been through all the different immigration systems. So from being undocumented to having temporary protected status, being a green card holder, and eventually becoming a U.S. citizen. But also my family has been directly affected by immigration detention, deportation, and very recently reunification. And that's how my work started, when I had to go and visit my uncle, who was detained at Elizabeth Detention Center in New Jersey. And at that time, we used to think that, ICE and used to arrest people, but mostly through the border, but never that it was in the cities, that it was in our states. And when I started knowing everything about ICE detention, I was just so shocked and appalled, and that was, I'll say, probably 17 years ago. And it's really, really upsetting that we're still doing this, and that it is now worse than ever. So, that's a little bit about me. And go back to Envision. And Envision in 2020, we saw just because of unfortunately, the death of George Floyd, we received an influx of donations. And what we did is, because we, at that time, our name was Brooklyn Community Bail Fund, then they were donating to us to bail people out from the criminal legal system. But we were not doing that work anymore. So what we did is we distributed those funds to Black-led organizations to continue to do their work. And bonds have been a lot of up and down in I would say, especially the last year. And I will tell you a little bit about, what is a bond. Try to move this. I think you're right. Doesn't move? Okay. So what is an immigration bond? So an immigration bond is a financial payment, right, that secures someone's freedom. Someone who is currently in ICE custody. However, once a person is released, it does not end their case, right? What happens is you have to pay money for that person to come out, but their case, it's ongoing, but you are able to fight that case outside detention. So, and the amounts could be anything from $1,500, that's the lowest, to we have paid, the largest bond that we have paid is $100,000. And if I give you a little background on because this is a question that people mostly ask, what's the difference between a criminal legal bail and an immigration bond? In the criminal legal bail, you are able to go to like a bondsman and get like a percentage down. And in immigration, that's not a case. In immigration, if the bond is $100,000, you have to pay $100,000. You cannot do it like with credit cards. You cannot do it. It's like you have to come out, it has to come out of someone's account, or you could go and buy a money order, but it has to be money that all that money has to be paid at once. So that's where we see the need of our community unable to pay. These are bonds that are unaffordable for our community. So there's a lot of factors that go into like who gets a bond and how they get it. So what we are seeing now is there's three ways of getting an immigration bond. So one is there's habeas corpus, which is like fighting or saying it is unlawful for you to be in detention. And this goes to the federal court, and in the federal court, a federal judge says, it is correct. You cannot, it is unlawfully, you're unlawfully being detained, but you have to pay a bond. So that's one of the ways where people are able to get bond. The other one is through a bond hearing. So through a bond hearing, they have to go in front of an immigration judge, and the judge decides, and they take a lot of things into consideration. So it's like community ties, how long the person has been in the country, and like a lot of history. So if a person has a past criminal conviction, they might not get a bond, and if they do, it's usually a high bond. So in the last 2 months, what we have seen is an increase of bond amounts, where the median bond amount in New York and New Jersey is $10,000. Now we're seeing bonds that are over $20,000. So for the last, I would say, 3 weeks, we have paid bonds that are between $20,000, $30,000, and $35,000. I would tell you that from when my family was in detention and we had to pay a bond, it was a lot of years ago, it was $7,500. We do not have that money, just like, saving it and we could use it. So that's why it is important for you to know that there are bond funds that that you could send people if they have an immigration bond. So before this administration, there were a couple of ways where people were able to get out. Like one of them was parole. Parole is not a thing anymore. So one of the very few ways of people that could come out of detention is through bond. And a lot of folks can end up or stay in detention if they cannot afford a bond. And the other bond that we're seeing, and this is, after this administration, is unfortunately a voluntary departure bond. So what does that mean? Is basically they went in front of the judge and they decided, I'm gonna leave the country. And the judge says, okay, you could voluntarily leave, but you have to pay a bond. So a bond could be anything. And this is like when we think or we hear, we're paying people to leave the country. But we also like the government is asking people to pay to leave the country. So that could be anything from like $500 to $1,500. So we are seeing a lot of requests from people who have said they voluntarily have to leave, but they have to pay this. And then they give them, 30, 60 days to pay their own ticket and leave. So it's not that they come out of detention, is they stay in detention, and then they have to stay in detention until they're able to buy the ticket and leave. So it's like so many things that we are not aware of that is like really messed up. And we have to remind ourselves, all of this is about money. Money that we're paying for people to be in detention, money that we're paying for people to get out of detention, and something that as an organization, we saw was that we were not getting, so how, and I'll tell a little bit more about this, but ICE bonds, we used to have ICE officers who used to give bonds. So now an ICE officer is not able to give bonds, only an immigration judge or through habeas. Yeah, okay. So how does an immigration bond works? The immigration, first you go to the bond hearing, and then the bond gets granted, then the person gets out of detention. You post a bond, and the person gets out of detention. If the bond hearing is denied, then the person's still in detention. They stay in detention, and as we know, and this is what we have heard from community members a lot, like ICE detention is a place where they know when they got in, but they don't know when they get in out. So usually in the criminal legal system, there's a sentence, right? So people know, okay, I will be here for, a year, 2 years, whatever. But in immigration, there's no way for people to know. And that's something that's very traumatizing for people to just I could be here for a couple months, couple weeks, or years. I actually personally know someone who was in detention for 8 years. Last night, we were actually able to free someone who was in detention for 9 months. I would tell you, and I'm not gonna share a lot of details, but her and her husband arrived through the border. Her husband was sent to Delaney Hall. She was sent to Delaney Hall. Her husband was sent to Elizabeth Detention Center, and they came with a minor, and the minor is in OR custody. And how they have been communicating all this 9 months is through phone calls. And last night that we picked her up from Delaney Hall, she just kept on looking around, and she said, I feel weird. And I said, what do you mean? And she was just I just don't understand. And she said, this is my first time being in the US that it's not inside the detention center. I've been inside the detention center since I came here, and this is the first thing that I see outside. And it is really, when we think about the American dream, right, that we sell people, and how we are welcoming the stranger and welcoming people is by locking them up in the centers. It's just outrageous. But that's just one of many stories. And when we pay immigration bonds, because people are oh, do they show up to court? People don't show up to court. And we can say that from what we have analyzed, the posting bond, they cut the odds of people being deported by more than half. So what does that mean? The chances that a judge orders someone to leave the US, orders of removal or voluntary departure drop from 82% to 37% when someone gets out of detention by paying an immigration bond. So people we bond out have more than triple the chances of being able to remain in the US. So it's just, where judges are oh, people are a flight risk, or they don't show up to court. They showing up to court, and then we're detaining them. They showing up to court, and you deporting them. But people are showing up to court. If not, then you wouldn't be arresting people in federal court, in federal plaza. So how I was mentioning before, just how bonds have been increasing, and it's always been, bonds are very high, but in the last couple of months, we've just seen something where you're giving someone a bond, but at the same time, you're giving bonds amounts where people cannot afford. So $30,000, $35,000 has been very common. From 2018 to 2025, we have freed over 1,200 people from ICE detention by paying $9.5 million in bonds. So, as Envision Freedom Fund, we could cover up to $20,000 in bonds per person. We prioritize New Yorkers, but we also know how this whole system works, and we know that a lot of New Yorkers end up in other states, especially New Jersey. So there's a lot of New Yorkers who are being detained at Delaney Hall, and we have expanded our efforts to New Jersey and Pennsylvania, because that's where we know that most of New Yorkers end up. And we also prioritize Black immigrants, because as we have and we see patterns, we know that Black immigrants usually get higher bonds than not Black immigrants. We prioritize women, we prioritize unaccompanied minors, where we have seen in the news of how many high school students, right, who are 18 are being picked up. And we have successfully been able to pay and release a lot of minors, or not minors, but youth from detention by paying their bond. And how do you get Envision bond support? Because this is something do you need to prove that you cannot afford to pay a bond? We don't do that. The only way that what we ask for you is that if you have someone who is in ICE detention, to contact us. We will give you a referral form for you to complete, and in that referral form is just basic information, so the name of the person who's in detention, the A number where the person is detained, their date of birth, things that we need to send to ICE in order for us to post bond, and then we ask for a copy of the judge's order. And this is very important when I said that we need the copies of the judge's order, and you will know why. But the bond process, unfortunately, and I was saying unfortunately, where at the beginning of the middle of last year, we were seeing bonds that were taken a week and a half. We worked with my compañero Jorge on a bond that we were attempted to pay on November 26th, and there were so many challenges on trying to post a bond, and it took almost 2 weeks for this kid to get out of detention after trying to post bonds so many times. So there's a lot of challenges, because now, where before a bond used to be paid in person, now bonds have to be paid through a portal, which is a CE bonds portal, and you need to create an account. So in order for someone to post a bond, they have to be U.S. citizens, they have to provide 2 forms of ID, and create all of this and upload all this information into this portal. But if you come, if you do it through a bond fund like ours, we already have created an account under our organization, and you don't have to do that. And the process now is taking up to 2 or 3 days. So when I was mentioning how it is important to have a copy of the judge's order, is because unfortunately we are seeing a lot of scams. So scams where people are being, family members of loved ones who are in detention are being called through either WhatsApp messages, or sometimes on Facebook groups, saying your loved one has a bond. And when I tell you that it's bonds are usually $1,500, they're very specific amounts, and then when this scam is happening, they're saying the bond is $5,865. So it's very the amounts are very odd, and that's why we asked for a copy of the judge's order, because we are seeing a lot of families falling into the traps of, you need to pay a bond for your loved one, they pay a bond, and the person is never out of detention. And I would just share a couple of examples. One is the smooth. So how I was mentioning, right? Like the bond is granted, then you request for assistance, then you review the request, the bond is paid, and people show up to court. And this is where people are like, you're paying bond for so many people and families don't have to pay. So what happens is at the end of someone's case, it doesn't matter the outcome of the case. The person, if they show up to court, the money has to be returned to the obligor. In that case, if we have paid the bond, then the money is returned to us. And how we do it is like we have bond, we fundraise, right, for the community to be able to pay bond, but we also get loans. So a very, low, but we're able to pay those loans back, and we are able to free other people out of detention. So that's when people sometimes it's very hard for families to like really believe like I don't have to pay money. And we're just like, no, you don't have to. This is how we work, and we explain the whole, system. Like, if the person show up to court, all their hearings, and their ICE check-ins, then at the end, we will get the money back, and we are able to support more people. And that's how we, it's just basically a cycle on be able to support more people in detention. So like I was mentioning, the ICE bonds. So this is like the portal. It's a portal, and you will need to upload all this information. You need to be a U.S. citizen. You need to give all like the information from where the person is detained, the A number, and all of that. And something that I cannot say so much is that immigration will never tell you that you have to pay a bond through Zelle, through MoneyGram, or Western Union. All this goes directly through the CE bond portal. You have to either submit, send a wire transfer, or go to a bank and do a deposit. But they will never tell you, send me money through a personal account, a Western Union, or MoneyGram. I'm just curious, has anyone heard of any scams happening within your community? ¿No he escuchado de alguna estafa que esté pasando como alrededor de su comunidad?
Like a month ago, family comes to the office and says something like, she needs to pay $15,000. But the thing is that I want to ask you this because you mentioned that it's New York, New Jersey, and PA. But in those cases that people were kidnapped in here and were transferred to Texas or things like that, it became really difficult to find out this is true, because there is someone just telling the family member, say, you need to pay a bond. And I was like, we find it cashy because we don't know how to find out that it's true. So we advise no paying, but we see the family have struggled to, they really want to help the family member. So we were I don't know how to handle this because we don't know if it's true. I don't know who called you because mostly you said is through WhatsApp. That's the first thing that we find this is not normal that someone from WhatsApp just texts you and say, because everything was text. It wasn't someone talked to her. It was everything on WhatsApp. So, and it was 2 people detained. So it was this, whatever is texting is saying 15,000 for both. So I realized that it needs to be separate cases. No, it can be both. So many things telling us no. But she was talking about selling her car or selling her properties, whatever she has here to get help for them.
Yes, that it's so unfortunate, but unfortunately, we are seeing that happening so much, like it's so often. And because our families are in dire need, right? They're trying to hold to like any hope that we have, then, we fall into those traps. So, great question. If someone is detained in the New York metro area and they are sent to other places, we could also cover their bond. So something that we are doing is, because like I said, sometimes it's very hard for people to really believe that that is a scam, because they're like, oh, we have been talking to the attorney, or we have been, they know everything. And I'll show you some examples, but like we have heard of people saying, oh yeah, he went to a court hearing and he had it. And I'm like, how was a court hearing? And you will see some examples and pictures that we're gonna share. But what we do is to just give families a little peace of mind, and for families to understand, is that we send the bond payment request to ICE. And ICE will tell us, right, if there is a bond or not. So if there is a bond, then we'll pay it. But if not, then, we make sure that we just take screenshots and everything of what we get from ICE and then share it with the family. But this is something that is happening not just for bonds, it's happening from immigration attorneys saying that they are immigration attorneys and they are not immigration attorneys, and they just like scamming families for their money. We are also seeing people going to court hearings, virtual court hearings, through Zoom or through Skype. And this is like basically a business that the people have, where there's like, trying to get money, like trying to just like, they know what people are going through and trying to get like their money. So I'll go into a little bit more into examples. Okay, so how to avoid or spot immigration scams. So this is something that we actually started seeing happening. This is something that has been happening for a long time, so it's nothing new, but it has become more elaborated in the last year. So we had, together with Documented and NYC, we had started like to do a lot of education to the community as to like, how this like scams were happening and how to detect them. So, and I wish it would like, hopefully you're able to see it, but one of the reasons why I said is like, why do we ask for a copy of the judge's order? And I don't know left or right, so, but on this side is an actual bond, and this side right here is a fake bond. So you can see it's very different, right? And like the first one, you see everything. You see like the person's case, everything, the judge's, the signature, all the information. And the other one is just, very plain. Doesn't have like, in some cases I would say it does have like a stamp, but you could tell, as soon as we see it, we know it is a fake judge's order. But people don't know. Like I know because I've been doing this for a very long time, but not everyone knows which one is an actual immigration judge's order than, one that is not. So this is something where we actually were able to help that family not send that money, because they were ready to send $5,460 to the people who were trying to scam them. And this was one of the cases where it was the wife and the mom. The mom was just like, I think they don't want to help us. I don't think they don't want to pay. And I was just like, no, I could tell that this is a order. It's not a valid order. And this is where I had to send the request to ICE and then send the family all the information. But this is just like how they try to get people from, just scam them for their money. Okay, and then we also see emails that are being sent to the community. So the emails, as you can see on this side, is like, this is a real one, right? Where it's like uscis.dhs.gov. And, basically, they send an email, they send links, right, for you to check the status of your case. And the other one, as you can see, there's like just like Office of the Principal Legal Advisor, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And I don't know if you are able to see the email, but the email says programas@uscisoficina.info. Automatically, when the community sees USCIS or they see Department of Homeland Security emails, then you think it's valid. Usually all emails from Department of Homeland Security have either USCIS.dhs.gov, but I know this, but not everyone knows this. So that's why it is important to know that not to open all the emails, and if you have an attorney, contact an attorney, or connect them to organizations that are able to know and just be able to identify if the email came from a valid email address from ICE or DHS or not. Because if you could see in the one that's that's fake, this false, it's basically telling them you need to pay money, and they will say how to pay it. And basically it's through a personal account. So usually, again, all payments through DHS have to be made directly to USCIS through their portal or through their website, but never to a third party. So this is just another, and this is something that it's very heartbreaking, but this is how a lot of families, a lot of the communities are falling. They're getting text messages through WhatsApp saying, I am your attorney. And this is, and this, we're not making this up, this is actually from one of the community members who fell into the trap, unfortunately. He paid almost $5,000 from this, where he believed it was an actual attorney. So I started, this is the first case that I saw that it was just this is big. How we found out, because he called me and he said, I started just doing the whole research of how this person who was his attorney, I said, how she found you? How do you find her? And he said, I found her on a Facebook group. And she started asking me for my information, and that's when he started getting all his text messages through WhatsApp. So this is just one of the so many text messages that he received. Basically, you have a court hearing, and every time he was going to a court hearing, it was money that he was paying because the judge was telling him to pay money. And those a red flag. The judge will never tell you that you have to pay money. That there are fees that are stipulated. A judge will never tell you, unless it's a bond, which is different. But a judge will never tell you, you have a green card, you have to pay $20,000. So that's how they're getting a lot of people through WhatsApp. They're just the messages through WhatsApp. And this is what got me to do more research on what was happening in the community on scams. If you could see in this where it says unauthentic, you could see how an immigration court looks. And then on the other side is what a fake immigration court on Zoom is happening. So basically, if hopefully you're able to see. If not, you see the judge. It is basically in a costume, in a police costume, with a ICE badge, and just in the background, you're not able to see in the background, but in the background it has USCIS. And that is supposed to be a virtual hearing. So when the community member called us and told us that he was getting into these virtual hearings, and he told me, the judge is telling me that I have to pay. No, he asked me how much is for a green card. And I went and I checked on the fees and I checked on the biometrics and I said, you have to pay this. And then he said, the judge is telling me I have to pay $99 per page for $99 per page for 22 pages. And that was like a red flag for me. Like, why is the judge telling you that you have to pay, $99 per page for 22 pages? And I was just like, well, this is coming out to, a lot of money. So I said, sounds very odd to me. Can you give me more information? And then that's when he's like, oh, actually, I took a screenshot of the hearing. And this is what he sent to me. And that was like, I was heartbroken because he had, kept on asking me, had asked me before about this virtual hearings. But since I had asked him, do you have an attorney? And he said, yes. Then, I assumed that it was an actual attorney that he was talking to. So doing a lot of research, and I said, how were the hearings? And he said they were through Skype. And how did you, find out about all this attorney? And then that's when I said, this is just a very elaborated business that someone is doing. And because our the community is, in dire need, more vulnerable than ever, they're falling into these traps. So he's one of the person that paid almost $5,000 to going through these virtual hearings. And with the hope that he was gonna get our green card, because this is what, they were promising him. And unfortunately, he missed his actual hearings, immigration hearings, because he was going through these virtual hearings. So what we had to do is connect him to a bureau attorney, and huge shout out to NILAC, because they were helping him on trying to reopen his case and try to fight his deportation. But this is something that's happening so often. I did see that you had your, yes.
I wanted to know who is behind these scams, because they have access to very sensitive information. So why do they know that specific people are getting deported, and the order information, their contact info? It sounds like an aberration. Heartbreaking.
Yes. That's such a great question, and like I said, this is nothing new, but we are seeing it more often. And I would say this is my personal just thought on this, is that people at immigration court are actually giving this information to people. And I'm just just know that this is my personal take on this, but I think that it has to come from people inside. Because how else would they have family, they have their loved ones' phone numbers, because they're calling people. So how is it that they have all this information? So that's my take, that someone from the immigration courts or somewhere, they're sharing this information. But what are we doing is we are educating the community on how to check if someone is an actual attorney. There are websites that you could go and check by state and see if there is license and if there are actual attorneys. One of the things is, another thing that we and Documented did a lot of that research, is that sometimes even without people knowing, they're sharing their information. So because they're desperate, they go into this Facebook groups, and they're like, I have a loved one who's in detention, and the name. And then it's like, oh, we could help you. Send a message, and without you even knowing, you are providing the information. Because that's what our friend who was scammed for almost $5,000, that's what he did. He said, yeah, they were asking me questions, and I gave them to him. Because there is, like I said, like, you are holding to that hope, right? Like, that they are gonna help you. So voluntarily, because of the need, you are providing that information. But my other theory is that some folks inside are sharing that information as well. So yeah, that's like one of the worst cases, or more heartbreaking cases that we have seen. And something that broke my heart was like, this happened probably like February of last year, so a year ago, and we kept in touch with him, and he tells me, Rosa, now I have been able to save money because I'm not paying, all these people, and it's so sad, because I'm like, like, he should have been, with his case and paying probably an actual immigration attorney for all the money that he actually paid these people. So other signs where people are, getting just like really, really red flags is that you will see, they will tell you that, from emails that come from like USCIS, or just like really telling you like, you need to send money through Western Union. You need to go to Walmart, or you need to get a gift card. Those are alerts when you know that they're trying to get your money. Let me see, I think this is. And the other one, what I have mentioned before, is like, they would never ask to send money through none of these things. So like, no MoneyGram, no Walmart, PayPal, Zelle, everything is done through their websites, directly through, ICE. And yeah, this is like, but there's so many other things that are happening, with like scams, that I wish like, we had time, and this is something where we want to have like just hold more spaces like this for like people to understand, what's happening out there, and how you could prevent people from, just losing their money, from, like I said, attorneys just saying that they are attorneys. Like, that's something else where just like private attorneys are just taking cases and charging people so much money. So why is it important for you to know, like, who is a trusted private attorney? There are lists of organizations. You can reach out to us. You can reach out to Andalon. We all have lists of private trusted attorneys that you could go to, and you will be, you could share, because we know that they're not going to take your money. We know that they're going to help you with your case. And, like, they will charge you what is right. But we have heard from families who they go and they're like, yeah, your case we could start you, send us $10,000. And then you want us, things to move forward, another $10,000. And like that. And it just keeps on like piling up. And just like, families are just like asking other people for money, getting into debt. So another thing that is also connected to immigration bonds and scams, and I don't know if anyone here has ever heard of Libre by Nexus or Subversivo. Those are actually companies that were scamming a lot of immigrant families, telling them, okay, you have an immigration bond, we will pay it. You will come out with an ankle monitor, and you will have to pay a monthly fee. So it's like, it doesn't sound bad. It's like, okay, like, I have to pay, okay, $5,000 and every month, on but that's not the case. So what they were doing, these companies, is they were giving people ankle monitors. They had nothing to do with ICE, but it was just like a way of monitoring people. And they were charging them from like anything from $500 to $1,000 a month. And this was for the ankle monitor, not anything that goes towards the bond. So that was a fee that they were charging people just for, being in that program. And then they were telling you if you want or to get out of the debt, you have to pay, from more from the fees that that we're giving them. So this was like something where it was really putting families into a lot of debt. So actually, New York passed a bill in 2022, December 2022, where basically the acronym is SIMBA, is Stop the Immigration Bond Abuse Act. So, and that is basically there companies like that, like Labor by Nexus or Subversivo, cannot have any business in New York. So they're not supposed to be operating in New York and trying to get people, to put them into this ankle monitors, and you have to pay for money. So those are, a couple of things that, trying to have people be aware that there are a lot of scams happening. Everything has it's with money. You have to be very careful. And yeah, question.
I get a little bit confused because I think I know a member that tell me something like that comes out of detentions with the uncle, and he has to pay every month or something or every week. So I was like, I never hear something like that, but since the immigration law changed every time people comes, I get a phone. Like, this is my immigration phone, or this is my ankle bracelet, or I have to keep charging, or things like that, or I need to go to change the batteries. Every time it's something new. So, but I did hear someone telling me that he has to pay for the bracelet. So I was like, well, that's new, but I always mad at the government. I was like, oh, these people always try to get money for people. So I didn't make more questions. I just okay. But I hear someone that goes through exactly what you said. So I'm like, and I also love that you explain about the bond and things like that. But before you finish, and I have to give you a mic, when we go to the bonds page, and we put the information of the person that we looking to pay the bond, the system is gonna show how much is the amount of money. So that's something complicated, because you should be saying you need to pay this amount like the other rest of the things. I don't know. I mean, are you saying?
Okay, so to answer the questions, one is people are great thing that, because I completely forget about this, but unfortunately, everyone who comes out of immigration detention with a bond, they're putting them to also to alternatives to detention. So they're putting them an ankle monitor, but they're not supposed to be paying anyone for that. So it's good if we could connect, because we do work with the Attorney General's office, because we're looking for restitution for people who have been scammed, and trying to get them out of those contracts as well, if there is a contract that they shouldn't be, because like I said, they shouldn't have any thing in New York. And then the other question on, once you put the request for a bond, if you do it through the bond portal, you have to have a lot of patience. Like I said, it takes 2 to 3 days. So once you create your account, you send a bond payment request, then you have to wait when it tells you that it's ready for payment. if it tells you that it's ready for payment, then they will give you all the details on how much is the bond, what's like a bond number that you have to like use to pay the bond and things like that. But that's only if the bond is approved for payment. So a couple of things that are happening is like even if a person is granted a bond, the attorneys, the government's attorneys can say, we are filing a stay, and even though an immigration judge gave you a bond, you cannot pay for it, or we are appealing. So the government has 10 days to appeal the bond, and we are unable to pay. Within those days, we are unable to pay for the bond. If an appeal was not filed within those 10 days, then we could go ahead and pay for the bond. If an appeal was filed, then it goes back to like the lawyer working and trying to see if it moved forward with the prosecutors or not, with the judge, the attorney from the government or not. So it's just like very complicated, and that's why we always say, if you have any questions, go and look for a bond fund, because it is. She had a question first, and then I go to you, because it is very complicated, and that's why we want to educate and help the community.
Voy a decirlo en español. El hermano de una amiga mía, ella sabe que yo voy a la organización Centro de Derechos Laborales en Long Island. Entonces me pregunta, fíjate que mi hermano dio $7,000 en Queens. Y parece que todo lo está haciendo en línea. Le digo, no, eso no es posible. Se me vino que es fraude. Entonces me dice, le dije yo que fuera a Centro de Derechos Laborales, sino que fuera NICE ahí en Queens, y que ahí lo iban a asesorar de todo, ¿verdad? Pero entonces tuvimos la plática, me vuelve a llamar y me dice, yo quiero que hables con mi hermano. Y le digo, ok. Le estaban pidiendo otros $7,000, y yo le había dicho, él tiene que conocer una oficina física, él tiene que conocer al abogado que pida. Y entonces le estaba diciendo por teléfono, yo quiero ver al abogado. ¿Y sabes qué le dijeron? No se puede. Primero le habían dicho que estaba de vacaciones. No, le dije, que vuelve a insistir. Bueno, supuestamente días después vuelve a decir, yo quiero ver al abogado, si no, no va a dar un peso más. No, es que el abogado le dio un heart attack, está en el hospital. Mentira todito. Que mejor busque a alguien que le ayude a demandarlo. Y entonces, pláticas como esa, ¿me entiendes? Que da un recibo que no tiene toda la información del abogado. Dan cualquier recibo, ya le digo yo, eso es estafa. Le decimos más o menos los abogados que conocemos por ahí, que ya han llevado casos con otras personas. Pero yo no entiendo por qué mucha gente se da a estafar. Y no es que estén recién llegados, ya tienen su rato, porque el señor estaba prometiendo hasta la residencia, que no era permiso de trabajo, hasta la residencia. Triste.
Muchas gracias. Sí, eso es algo que como le decía, es la comunidad está buscando lo que, cada esperanza, cualquier esperanza, ¿verdad? Que hay, y no se desesperan. Entonces por eso caen mucho en las estafas que están pasando. Pero por eso también conectarlas con organizaciones para que sepan que hay organizaciones que pueden ayudar, que pueden educar, y así conectarnos todos, porque todo esto es una labor en unión. Tenemos que unirnos y educarnos.
I just want to ask very quickly about these companies that, okay, thanks. I just want to know a little bit more about these companies that you're speaking of. If the state of New York needed to pass legislation in order to block them from exploiting people in this state, are they operating legitimately in other states? And if so, how? Are they subcontracting with ICE? I mean, because of course many of us know people that are living in other states. How is it that these companies are able to do this without broader sort of criminal prosecution? I don't understand that.
Yes, thank you for that question. And yes, like they're not, like in here, we know that for the last 2 years, we don't but now I'm hearing about a case, so you don't know. So now I'm like, we need to find out if there is a case so we know. But what our hope was, because the bill was passed here, the Simba bill was passed in New York, that it moves up to other states, because we know that we're operating in other states. Labor by Nexus is a company that has been working for a couple years, several years, and they have, if you Google it, you will see all the lawsuits against them. They actually went bankrupt, and now what we think the new, because they can't operate under their name, they cannot. So now what we see it is that it's running by the new one, which is Subversible, but that we think that it's the same. But if you know of any cases, please connect with me. And the hope is that we, move this bill across the country so other companies don't work and, don't scam families through, with all of this. So, yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
So taking a look at some of that documentation that you showed earlier, I'm still trying to wrap my brain around the real documentation versus the one that's fake. I can tell, obviously, the fake one is more blank. It's typed out, probably Google document or something like that. And then I see in the real one there's an emblem or a bald eagle. Is that always is the bald eagle the one that will it always be on the document to show that it's real? Or if there's other flags too in the real document that you can tell, kind of in the way that you can tell when ICE gives the judicial warrant, when the fake one versus the real one. So it's a little easier to tell from those. And so I'm wondering if there's other for lack of a better term, green flags for the real one. Yeah.
Yeah, and I wish we had other red flags, or wish there's one of the things is we never are able to see the actual order, right? It's a copy, so it's in colors and things like that. It has been very obvious when it's a fake one, because it looks just totally different, right? And usually the eagle is a little bit more grayish than in others places, in other orders that we've seen. But until now, we have not seen one that is just oh wow, this is it looks just like the real one. So there's nothing I could tell you. There's other things that we see, when if there is any doubt, what we do is just send the bond payment request through ICE, and then they will tell us there is a bond or there is no bond. But those are that's why it's I cannot stress this so much, or connect with organizations that could help the community, that could verify these things, that could tell you which websites to use to check if an attorney is an actual attorney, to check if there is an actual bond. And yeah, it's just so important for all of us to be connected and to bring this information back to our communities. Any other questions or?
Thank you. I was wondering, you mentioned that the circle of the bond is you pay them, and at some point you recover the money, and then you help other people. Is there any situation that you're not getting the money back? And also, when we're talking about and suggesting people to go and talk with organization for legal, unfortunately, there's not enough lawyers in this city, state to help everybody. And in my experience, we've been looking for help in multiple organizations. All of them are completely overload of work. So that's why people are looking for other alternative and all these scams happening, because they are looking for, they already went to the community, they already went to this organization, and there's no capacity. And for us, I know that one way of helping is like donating to the fund. What kind of other need from the community, from your job, that we can collaborate, support your work?
Thank you so much. So one of the, was it last year? Yeah, last year there's an active lawsuit against ICE because they were holding about $300 million for families' bond funds that they were supposed to return to obligors because the case was determined, and they were not being returned. Out of that, about $700,000 were for our bond fund. But this was like a research that we did for like 2 or 3 years, where we just like, the case has been determined. We should get the money back. And it was like 2, 3 years, and we're not getting the money back. And then we started talking to other organizations that were, seeing the same thing, that we were talking to actual families that the same thing. So there's an active lawsuit. With that, we would say that we have moved, ICE has moved from that to pay some of the money that was owed to us, and we know that it has, moved to pay money to some other families too. But you are supposed to get the money back. If you don't, then, you should go back to ICE and say, if you have paid a bond, the case has been determined, get a copy of the judge's decision, contact or go to Federal Plaza where, pay the bond, or the Newark bond office if you paid a bond in Newark, or come to us and we'll guide you on how to get the money back. But they have to give you your money back if you paid and the case has been determined. Another thing is on attorneys. There's so many people, and because of expansion, you see, and now in New York, there's like Chester, they're trying to open. There's like so much expansion happening all across the US, and so many people are being detained. And there's like, I would tell you that we are working like, we always work hard, but like never before. And attorneys don't have capacity to take, and that's why like it's important to know who are those trusted attorneys that you could reach out to. There's also like pro se clinics. There's pro se clinics that you could go and talk to, organizations that are doing like IARC. We have South Brooklyn, Sanctuary that's doing pro se clinics. There's other organizations that are doing pro se clinics that if you can't talk to an attorney, at least you could go in and have them, help with someone's case. Other things that you could do is just like connect with campaigns that are currently happening in the state. So, my organization is works very closely with the Dignity Not Detention campaign and also the New York for All. So connect. One of the things that we are actually trying to do right now is start a visitation program at Orange County Jail. And that is, there's like 3 goals with that. One, of course, is visiting and ending isolation. But we also want to organize people because there's people who can't get out of Orange County Jail. Orange County Jail is in the middle of nowhere. And then people need to come back to the city. Staten Island, Long Island. So what we do is we send Ubers, and it's very hard because, how do we tell folks who's picking them up? And it's very hard to coordinate. So we try to also get people who could go into these facilities and, bring people back. We have mentioned the story of the woman who was released from Delaney Hall last night. What I had to do is go to Delaney Hall, give her a coat, because remember, she's been in detention since April of last year. She came through the border. She had no clothes, warm clothes, took her clothes. Other volunteers, there's a lot of mutual aid happening at Delaney Hall, also got her clothes and gave her some clothes, took it to get something to eat, and then we put her in a Uber to come back to Brooklyn. So those things are just connecting to mutual aid, families that, and I will talk more about Delaney Hall because that's where we are a little bit more active and we are more connected. Families go there Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, in the cold, wait for hours. Now they have put a tent, but for months people were just like in the cold, waiting for hours and hours, and that's where you see the need, where people need diapers. Moms are visiting their husbands, and they need anything that you could think of that you could donate. They need it. So connect with like mutual aid, so that where you're able to see what's needed. The biggest need for families too is gift cards for groceries. This is like like a lot of families, like especially because they're the husband who is in detention. It plays a huge hole in their pockets. So be able to pay rent, being able to buy groceries. Those are the needs that we cannot like stress so much that is needed in the community right now. Connecting to mutual aid, connecting to advocacy organizations, connected to campaigns. Those are like the things that I will suggest. What is another thing that I will suggest? Yeah. Visitation, I think. So I come from another organization where I did a lot of volunteer coordination, and those were the things that we know that are most needed for people inside detention. Visits, writing letters. You are able to write letters for people in detention, connect with the Dignity Not Detention campaign. They actually hold letter writing events on a monthly basis. We do it together with them. There's also organizations that provide commissary. We send commissary to people in ICE detention. We send $30 per person. We send about $40, $50 money orders each month to people, mainly in New York. But folks who have also been transferred to other facilities out of New York. And that's where sometimes, like, if you think about sending, all of this is a process. So it takes a lot of people. So volunteers that are willing to like help us write those money orders, or letter writing events, like I said before. Just there's so much that you could do. So it's just to know who is doing what, and to be to connect with with the organizations. Yeah. Any other questions? Was like, I know I had something. Yeah, I think it's just connecting with knowing what each organization is doing, and also not to duplicate efforts. If you trying to I want to send commissary to someone in detention. Connect with the organizations that are already doing that work, and not duplicate effort, because that's something that we're seeing more and more often, where it's like, there's 2 or 3 or 4 different organizations doing all that work, or the same work. Where it's like, no, let's connect with work that's already existent, like that. We know we don't duplicate efforts.
Hi, thank you so much for sharing all of this information. I had a question and also something possibly to share. How closely does the Envision Freedom Fund work with the NIFA project in New York City? And also that time between a New York resident getting detained and meeting their potential NIFA attorney seems like a period where scammers could be really active. So I don't know so the qualifications right now for that program, but the goal is to represent all New York City residents in deportation proceedings, but I'm curious what you're seeing on the ground of how that's going.
Thank you. I love your questions, because I was thinking about that, and then I forgot to mention that. But yeah, we work very closely with the NIFA, which is the New York Unity Immigrant Family Project, which is legal aid, Bronx offenders, Brooklyn defenders, and a lot of our requests comes directly from attorneys. So how there's a lot of ways that you could connect with people with Knife Up right away if someone is detained. There is actually an intake that you could complete. There's an email that you could send as soon as someone is detained for Knife Up to know that someone has been detained and see if they are able to put them into their, what do they call, their list to be able to screen them. What usually happens is that they wait until someone has their first court hearing to be able to go and, like see if they're able to represent them or not. So that's why there's a lot of, that gap where people don't, they're desperate, so they look for attorneys and they look for, attorney that could scam them. So that is like a big gap, and we understand, but the sense of urgency of people we need an attorney, we need someone to get them out of detention as soon as possible. So again, we need to know how to contact Knife Up as soon as someone gets detained, and also if there's a list of trusted private attorneys, to share that with the community. One of the other things that Envision does is we have the only live hotline in New York. And I will say not city, but New York State. So usually a lot of the hotlines, you called and you have to leave a voicemail. So the hotline that we run, and that's we only run it 2 days for 2 hours because we know how difficult it is to answer hotlines. So it's run Tuesdays and Thursdays 3 to 5. And it is mainly for people inside detention to call and answer. We ask, we don't give legal advice because we're not attorneys, but if they need help with commissary, we put them into a commissary list. If they need visitation, we put them in a visitation list. If they need letter writing, we put them in so we talk to people inside detention on weekly basis. And that's what we're trying to also with the visitation, have people go in and help them when they're released, but also connect people inside the facilities to the campaigns that are happening in New York, because it is great us people who live in the state, right, or work here, to be involved in these campaigns. But I think what's missing is that we need directly affected people inside, to also guide us in these campaigns and be part of this campaign. So that's with the visitation at Orange County, we're trying to have more of directly impacted people inside to be connected to these campaigns. And another thing, that this is something, and I think a lot of you might be interested and might be able to help us, but there is, attorneys are really looking for sponsors for bonds or for cases. That is something that is a request that we see at least 5-6 times a week. And this is, and I'm still I actually emailed Knife Up yesterday because I said, I think this is something where we could, rally people, because sometimes that's the only thing that's holding someone from getting out of detention, to be able to have a sponsor. So a sponsor could look into different things. Sponsor could be, just providing your name. It has to be a U.S. citizen or a lawful permanent resident. So an address of where, if the person don't show up to court, that at least you have someone that they could contact. Sometimes they will ask you for your IRS taxes, your taxes. But we're trying to get more information directly from attorneys to put a guideline on how you could become a sponsored and what that entails. But that's something that's very important, because a lot of people will be eligible for bond, but they need a sponsor. And now there's a bond packet that a lot of attorneys are trying to put together, and that's something that's required to have a sponsor. So what we, as an organization, we cannot be sponsors. So what we are doing is just providing a support letter saying, this is who we are, this is what we do. We will pay the person's bond, we will be the obligors, And now we also have a post-release program. So in a post-release program, what we do is we send people court reminder calls to remind them of their court hearings. We also connect them, to like social services, so like, provide like any, and assess their needs, and, provide financial assistance and what we can, and just connect them to, to be able to land on their feet while they get out from detention. So we, in that letter we explain what we, as an organization, what we could provide when someone gets out of detention. But that's like something that is so needed, support, like just being a sponsor for someone in detention. And that doesn't mean that the person has to like live in your house. It doesn't mean that, like you have to like, provide financially for them. It's just like on paper. But we're trying to put more guidelines and information together to share with, the public, and being able to gather more people that will be able to like support people inside and hopefully get people out. We also, yeah. Thank you. And the other thing is that we have, we lost my thought. Talked about the hotline, talked about sponsors. And yeah, something we also do it because like it's just like a lot of rapid response happening, right? Like besides like bonds and besides like post-release, all the other stuff, it's like I mentioned before, just like being active in a facility. So at Delaney Hall, we go and provide meals, like warm meals for people who are visiting, so like their loved ones. So there's like I mentioned the huge lines of people outside. There's like hot chocolate. There's like people that always bring snacks. So that's also like a way, like if you are able. We had someone, a Mexican family that goes every Sunday at 9 a.m. and they take tamales. They take hot chocolate for the volunteers and for the families. So it's just like a way of helping. They're there to visit their loved one, and they also like you're sharing and sharing a meal and sharing with other with the community. Another thing is like if you have connections to like mental health resources, that's like something that's like huge. Like from people coming out of detention, like like they are going through all this like trauma, not just like trauma of detention, but also like the trauma of like journey coming from their country to here, and all like the other traumas is that we connect them to health services. So we have a group, a mental health, a peer support group that we do every month on monthly basis, and it is for people who have come out of detention. They share their experiences, connect with each other, and it's just a safe space. Right now, it's only for people that we have banned out of detention, but it's just something for you to think on what you could do in your community. Because this is like, like we have a WhatsApp group of all like the folks that we have banned out from detention, and the need for, just mental support, it's huge. So like, just like supporting anyone, like even if just like, someone who's like in fear, take them out to eat or talk to them, or, it is very like dire times, and anything that you could think that you're about doing, there's like, yeah, or connect them to us and we will see, what we could do. But yeah, those, any other questions that we have? We have about 5 minutes, 7 minutes. Everyone is questions?
Hi, I had a question. I heard from a friend that there are people being detained or like being sent to other states, and maybe there are people trying, I don't know a lot, but that it's happening very quickly. So there's like a window of time where a bond can be posted in that time, but it's like 2 hours or something like that. Could you tell us more information, or because I don't really know.
Yeah, that's like part of the scam too, that they're telling people you have like 2-3 days to post a bond. That's never like the case. You know, you have even like months to be able to post a bond. But the reality is that people are being detained in this area, being transferred rapidly to other states. And with that is like where, you know, we know that families are unable to locate them for weeks and, you know, not know. Something that has been very helpful is to create different accounts on Access Corrections, on Offenders Connect. This other one. There's like three, like there's different, they're part of like the GTL. So you create those accounts and those accounts will tell you where a person is without, like, before you seeing them on the ICE detainee locator. They will come up and they will tell you, and you are able to put money into their funds or like for commissary or phones. So I had mi compadre being detained in December, and that's how we were able to find out where he was. We assumed that was gonna be at Delaney Hall, and that was like the first place that we saw, like, you know, like in Access Corrections, he showed up, and we were able to put funds, and he was able to call his daughter. So that's like a way where, you know, you don't know where your loved one is. Try to have those accounts, and there you constantly. But that's like, you know, it's not like they will tell you, oh, the person is here. You have to check. And the only thing you need, because for example, like if you check on the ICE detainee locator, you need a little bit more information. You need name, you need sometimes like a number, or if not, you need a date of birth or your country of birth. But in this one, you just only need the name, the complete name of the person, and the date of birth. So those are ways that we're, you know, trying to, where people are kidnapped and being transferred to other places, and we don't know where they are. This is like a way that you could find where they are.
Okay, I was waiting so long that I forgot. I have two questions. The one question is that when they receive the notification that they can pay the bond, how long the families can have to pay the money? I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I hear families that say, no, we have to pay the bond as soon as possible. If not, he's gonna get deported. So that's the question, like how long they can wait until something else happens. And the other is that what is the real situation right now, because we've been hearing so many different stories about there is a bond now, there is no bond. Like, what is the real situation right now? Because like I said, every single day is a different story, because I think it depends the court, depends the judge, depends so many factors. But what have you been seeing for those days?
Questions, and yeah, great. So yeah, there's not a specific time of when like families are able to pay, but like just like if there is a certain sense of urgency and they said you need to post a bond within 24 to 48 hours, that's a scam. So that, you know, you could tell that that's not like the judge would not say you have, you know, a certain amount of time to pay it. Only where it's a voluntary departure. If it's a voluntary departure, they do give a certain amount of time. But that's only like the only way that, you know, that will say you have a week to 5-6 days to post a voluntary departure. That's the only thing. And then the other question was, I blanked.
What is the real situation right now?
So I would say December and January have been the busiest months for our organization to post bonds. In December, we paid about 29 bonds. That was about $180,000. This month, we have paid over 30 bonds, and it has been more than $350,000. So bonds are getting granted, mostly through habeas. So, but we are also seeing bonds who, like, in front of immigration judge. There is like a lawsuit, because if you have heard, there was a ruling saying that people who had entered without inspection cannot get a bond. There is a ruling that ruled against that, and so people are supposed to get, even if they enter without inspection, they're supposed to get a bond. They're supposed to get a bond. But a lot of judges are not following that rule. But we are seeing bonds. So yeah, a lot of people are saying there's not bonds happening in the community. There are a lot of bonds. Like I said, just in our area, we have paid over 30-something bonds this month. We also know, like other organizations are paying bonds. So it is a need. It is one of the very few ways that people are able to come out of detention on just being freed is through a bond. So, yeah. I think my time is done. So thank you so much. Thank you for all your questions. Thank you. And if you have any questions or, just like need my email, let me know, and I'll, so we could connect. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. How are your training sessions? Happy to hear. We will be having lunch around 1 o'clock, maybe a little bit afterwards. So until the food arrives and we get everything set up, use this time to do what we came here to do, which is meet one another, connect with one another. Please check out the merch table in the back. We have some really incredible Ice Out of New York hoodies, and the proceeds will go to Endalon. And yeah, check out the flyers that we have at the tables at the front that have information on how you can get involved with Ice Out of New York Coalition. Let's give another round of applause for all the volunteers that have made today possible. That could be you. That could be you. So please sign up to get involved. Talk to the organizers. Organizers, can you raise your hands so people here know who you are? Yes, come talk to us. Thank you.
Por favor, para todos aquellos que hablan español y necesitan también, si tienen algunas preguntas de lo que escucharon hoy, si no quedó suficientemente claro, por favor con su mano quienes hablan español, la mano arriba, quienes hablan español, ahí está, miren hacia atrás, hay varios y varias, somos una comunidad grande también, hispanohablantes. Más adelante va a haber una tallercito, reunión solo en español, entonces es el momento y la oportunidad de pueden acercarse con un servidor, cualquiera de los que tenemos esta playera, también para hacer preguntas. Gracias. Viene la comida, ya está por llegar, y en lo que llega la comida, pues tómense el descansito para platicar o para preguntar, y ahí va a llegar la comida en unos minutos.
se transforma, no ganas nada esperando. En la lucha contra el tiempo, me miras de tu ventana, ahora soy yo que camina, persiguiendo un destino. Si tú miras yo te miro, gente amable, ventana, que sonríe, ventana, si tropiezas, ventana, para y sigue, ventana, mira lejos, ventana, pisa firme, ventana, si te pierdes, ventana, hay quien te guíe, ventana.
So I didn't want to do that. I'm trying to be soft. So the food is a little late. The compañera that is cooking the food is someone from Pueblos Transnacionales, and her car broke down. And she was trying to make the food for all of us. She doesn't have a restaurant. It's like a home food type of thing. So I just want you guys to bear with us. All right? And when she arrives, she's very worried. When she arrives, everything is going to be cool. Is that okay? Thank you so much. All right? Ah, en español, perdóneme. La comida, más importante que en español. La comida está un poquito tarde porque la compañera que estaba cocinando para nosotros se le dañó su auto. Entonces está viniendo en taxi, entonces es una comida de casa. Vamos a tener un poquito de paciencia. All right? Thank you. Gracias. So, in the meantime, I think we should take advantage of the time and for the next panels, hold on, give me 1 second. I'm going to read my. All right, so I want to get a sense if we can take advantage, if I can get your attention, please, so we can take advantage of this time. I want to get a sense and we can accommodate people better than before. So I want to get a sense for the next panel, the next breakout rooms that we're going to do. So it's going to be around topics. We're going to talk about teachers and students. Can you raise your hand if you are, and then if Gabi can help out checking around this time. So can you raise your hand if you are here to talk about teachers and students, like kind of eyes out of schools and yeah, teachers and students. Can you raise your hand? We want to get a sense of which room should we, okay, so we have like 5, 6, 7. Okay, beautiful. The other topic is artist. Art. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What can we do with art? Concerts, t-shirts, whatever, banners, all that stuff. I actually want to be part of that team too because I have an idea. I want to do a big ass banner in Madison Square Garden. Okay, so it's not that big. And then legal and social workers. Legal and social workers. All right, that looks like good. All right, great. And healthcare workers, sorry, you're right. Legal, social workers, and healthcare workers. Beautiful. All right. All right. And then the last one, but not least, is the Chinga la Migra, barrio to barrio, which is neighborhood to neighborhood. Es como de barrio a barrio y va a ser en español más. Pero if you can come, we can make it happen. All right. So, ¿cuántos están para ese barrio to barrio? Si levanta su mano. Los de Red de Pueblo, los de Endelon. Okay, great. Beautiful. Gracias. All right. So we have. All right. Good. So how is We're waiting for Veronica for the food. All right, let's hang it out for a little bit. ¿Ya mismo? Beautiful. All right. Ya mismo está la comida. Ya mismo viene. So food is here. Yeah. Let's give it a round of applause for Jody, please. Y también Alejandra, que ayudó a coordinar la comida. Thank you. Gracias por la comida. So please, let's move quick and grab your plate. And it's going to be 2 lines. And then take a seat. And please talk to someone that you don't know. All right? Please talk to someone that you don't know. Hable con alguien que usted no sabe, que no conoce.
corazón, chupame un como cien, canto un quiriquel, hago a la víctima la vida de un torneo, petetero, 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 digo oye, que bailó, petetero, 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 digo oye, que bailó, chupame un corroñe, a tu Juliet, chupame un como son, cuando vi un guamaré, agua lavísima la vida de chontoneo, petetero, 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 digo oye, que bailó, petetero, 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 digo oye, que bailó. ¡Es un tetero! ¡Ojo, güey! ¡Malu, güey! ¡Let's fiesta! ¡Y discuerie! ¡What
English is my second language, and I always
ICE, water frozen solid. ICE, immigration and customs enforcement.
Oh, y
ICE,
también, Marco,
LEL.
el niño Liam fue released. If you can announce it. Yes.
Eva pasando el trapo sobre la mesa y está cuidando que todo brille como una perla.
A ver, ¿cómo se llama?
Cuando llegue la patrona, que no se vuelva a quejar, no sea cosa que la acuse de ilegal. José atiende los jardines, parecen de Disneyland. Maneja una troca vieja sin la licencia. No importa si fue taxista allá en su tierra natal. Eso no cuenta para el tío Sam. El hielo anda suelto por esas calles. Nunca se sabe cuándo nos va a tocar. Lloran los niños, lloran a la salida. Lloran al ver que no llegará mamá. Uno se queda aquí, otro se queda allá. Eso pasa por salir a trabajar. Marta llegó de niña y sueña con estudiar, pero se le hace difícil sin los papeles. Se quedan con los laureles los que nacieron acá, pero ella nunca deja de luchar. El hielo anda suelto por esas calles. Nunca se sabe cuándo nos va a tocar. Lloran los niños, lloran a la salida. Lloran al ver que no llegará mamá. Uno se queda aquí, otro se queda allá. Eso pasa por salir a trabajar. Uno se queda aquí, se queda allá, eso pasa por salir a trabajar.
Marco Castillo.
Ni los tigres son tigres, ni los rieleros son rieleros, ni los huracanes son huracanes. Los jornaleros sí son jornaleros, por eso se llaman jornaleros del norte.
Y hay un patrón que siempre pasa, no paga, se llama Don Elías. A ver pues, para Don Elías esa.
Mientras exista la injusticia, nuestro grupo va a ser necesario para que con la música acompañe a ese pueblo que sufre y que lucha.
Mi nombre es Omar León y yo toco acordeón, teclados y escribo canciones para los jornaleros del norte. canción.
Mirándote a los ojos juraría que tienes algo nuevo que contarme. Empieza ya, mujer,
El
no
miedo se me
tengas
compra.
miedo. Quizá para mañana sea tarde. Quizá para mañana sea tarde. ¿Y cómo es él? ¿En qué lugar se enamoró de ti? ¿De dónde es? ¿A qué dedique el tiempo libre? Pregúntale, porque ha robado un trozo de mi vida. Es un ladrón que me ha robado todo.
Los jornaleros del norte.
Arréglate, mujer, se te hace tarde. Y
This
llévate el
isn't just a-
paraguas por si llueve. Él te estará esperando para amarte. Y yo estaré celoso de perderte. Y abrígate, te sienta bien ese vestido gris. Sonríete, que no sospeche que has llorado. Y déjame que vaya preparando mi equipaje. Perdóname si te hago otra pregunta. ¿Y cómo es él? ¿En qué lugar se enamoró de ti? ¿De dónde es? ¿A qué dedique el tiempo libre? Pregúntale, porque ha robado un trozo de mi vida. Es un ladrón que me ha robado todo. Asómate a la ventana. Te traje una serenata. Aunque estés encarcelado, mira, te canta quien te ama. Por ti me juego la vida.
Hello, hello, hello.
Por liberarte me muero en la raya. Ay, qué leyes tan injustas que buscan el separarme.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Thank you. How's everybody doing? Can you give me an out of New York when I say ice? Ice, ice! Ice, ice! Ice, ice! Ice, ice! All right, thank you. So, next we're going to have an amazing panel. I'm going to ask my brothers and sisters that will be on this panel to please join us on the stage here. Please, Jorge Torres, leave me your computer. I need to read. Thank you. But before that, I just want to do a little acknowledgement in Spanish. Primero, vamos a tener un panel, pero quiero reconocer que en la primera parte de nuestro ejercicio y nuestra jornada, muchas personas se han quedado entendiendo menos o poco porque no ha habido interpretación en todo el tiempo, en todos los lugares. Primero debo pedir una disculpa por eso. New York Ice Out of New York debe hacer un mejor esfuerzo para tratar de tener más espacios multilingües, incluyendo a las personas, incluso aquellas que hablan lenguas indígenas. Pero les quiero pedir un favor. Cuando tengamos otros talleres, desde el principio digan, yo hablo español, necesito interpretación. Los panelistas tienen que buscar quien les ayude, habemos quienes podemos ayudar, no se queden callados, por favor, aquí todos tenemos que entender. I wanted to acknowledge that many people in this room speak Spanish and they were struggling a little bit in the first part of our assembly. I recognize that we need to do a better job in offering, and creating multilingual spaces, and I'm asking everybody who needs interpretation or wants interpretation to ask for it from the beginning of your workshop. If this is just in English, please ask for interpretation from the beginning, and we will provide an interpreter for you. Please, big shout out and a round of applause for the people who are doing a great effort who don't speak English, don't speak the dominant power in this country, even though this is not the historical language of this land. Shout out for the people who speak indigenous languages that are in this space, in this room. ¿Quién habla una lengua indígena? Levante la mano, ¿quién habla una lengua indígena? Un hablante, dos hablantes, 3, 4, 5 indigenous language speakers. They're making a triple effort. Spanish and then English. It is amazing. And also a big shout out to all of those immigrant families that are in this room, that are taking risks to be here, that are being brave, that are being fearless. Please help me giving a round of applause and saying thank you to all the immigrants that are here. Un aplauso a los migrantes que están viniendo aquí sin miedo, exponiéndose tal vez y con mucha fuerza y mucho valor. Gracias por su lucha. And we might be able to confirm that little Liam potentially a judge has ordered his release. El niño Liam parece que un juez acaba de ordenar que salga de la cárcel. So that will be another victory for the movement. Yet at the same time, what activists and some elected officials saw when they go inside Dili was horrendous. It is not Liam. Yes. What? Jorge. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Round of applause for our volunteer interpreters. And I'm too loud. Okay. I need to speak lower. Okay. Oh, it's lower. Okay. Well, that's another victory for the movement. But as I said, what a witness saw inside of that detention center, it's another call, wake-up call. We're very focused on our brothers and sisters in the streets. But what's happening inside of the detention center is it's hell. It's horrendous. So the fight needs to be across all sectors more than any other time in our recent history. And that's why we have this amazing panel. And we're going to talk about how our movements must be working together to create and build a mass movement that stops, deters, and kicks out ICE out of New York and all across the United States. So please, I'm going to introduce and welcome, I don't know if Father Fabian, has he made it here? Okay. So, to speak about schools and the United Federation of Teachers, very happy to present Carla, please, round of applause. Also, thanking here, jumping in last minute, Rita Vega from Legal Services New York to talk about how legal institutions are operating in this moment and how they are collaborating with other sectors to build a mass movement. We will also be welcoming in any moment Father Fabian, who will speak on behalf of churches and faith movements that are also, impacted, but also joining others in the struggle. But before that, very quickly, I wanted to welcome Carol, who brings a message on behalf of the New York State nurses, who were going to come here, but they are in the middle of their own fight, and they send a message for us. So please.
Thanks, everyone. Firstly, let's make some noise for the nurses that have been on the picket line since the beginning of January. So, New York State Nurses Association. This includes over 15,000 nurses who are currently on strike across the New York Presbyterian, across Montefiore, and Mount Sinai. Exactly. Somebody's been on the picket line. So, I'm here to send a message on behalf of our nurse who was going to be here today, Judy Sheridan Gonzalez, who was a former VP of the New York State Nurses Association and currently on the bargaining committee that is meeting right now at Javits Center with those hospital executives, demanding a package, demanding a union contract. And so she says, duty calls, but I want to report back on what I saw on the picket line. So I joined the nurses at Mount Sinai, Morningside, and Mount Sinai in East Harlem. And what the nurses shared with me, their demands were obviously safe staffing for both nurses and patients, and also an address to workplace violence. And they include ICE in workplace violence, right? Over 30% of the nurses themselves are immigrants, but more importantly, the patients that are being attacked and being snuck up on by ICE in those hospitals, that is core to the demands that NYSNA is fighting right now, and that's a core reason why they're on the picket line all month in these below freezing temperatures, right? So we just want to give them a huge shout out, huge love from this People's Assembly, knowing that they can't be here right now, but we hope that the message resonates here with us all, that while they're on strike, while they're fighting on their front, we are also fighting on all these fronts with our teachers, with our faith leaders, with the students that are on the other side of the teachers' struggles, and all the parents. And really, the NYSNA strike affects every single person in the city. Every single car that passed by on those pickets honked and supported the nurses. And so we share the same sentiment. And so I'm just going to give the mic back. But let's make some more noise for the nurses. And when they come back, we know that either they have gotten their contract or they're going to keep staying on the picket line to get that contract, to demand ICE out of the hospitals. Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Stand up, fight back. Nurses are under attack. What do we do?
Stand up, fight back. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's get started, please. Carla, help us. How has your industry been impacted by the current situation? How are you responding to it? And how are you in conversation and in collaboration with other institutions and sectors?
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here in these frigid temperatures. Shout out to everyone who also went out last night to join thousands and hundreds of thousands of people all around the country to take a stand against ICE terror and in solidarity with Minneapolis. So my name is Carla. I'm a chapter leader at a public high school in New York City. And I've been an educator in the public school system for 12 years. So a long time, and I've been chapter leader at different schools. So I taught in East Harlem, in Brooklyn, and now in downtown Manhattan. And I want to start with a fundamental belief that I have as an educator. And that is that the best way to fight for your students is to clock out. You have to fight outside of the classroom, fundamentally, and use that union right? We have our contract set with the hours, clock out. The fight has to happen outside of the classroom too. And too many times they try to make us feel guilty, do it for the kids, right? Until you wear yourself down so much that you don't want to be around children anymore, young people anymore. So I want to start off with that. And that being said, teachers are frontline fighters and frontline workers. We don't just teach, right? That's why they take advantage of us. They exploit us. And by they, meaning just the Department of Education, everybody, right? We teach and we help families and students navigate childcare, transportation, access to food, housing. One of my students got impacted by the fire in the Bronx, so everyone's pitching in, right? Like, this is happening constantly. And this system, the capitalist system, a system that benefits from the exploitation of workers, that is who benefits from teachers doing all this work on the front lines. So I wanted to start off with these points that I think are really, really critical to understand why the system is functioning as it is. It's because people are putting in this extra time. And ICE is still happening around all of this, right? It's operating as a paramilitary force that has endless funding, as Gabby mentioned earlier in the morning. And individual teachers, we're not going to help our families and students navigate that system, right? Like, there's only so much we can do before we have to understand that we have to join the fight to confront this system and really tear it down. And in terms of the community's question, I was thinking about it because I had seen the questions earlier, like, how is your sector impacted? Well, let me ask here. Who here is an education worker? Raise your hand. Okay, so good number. Who here is a parent? Okay. Who here is a student? Right, so maybe, now raise your hand if you raised your hand at one point through my questions. All right, I should have said to keep your hands up, but great. No, this is like over half the room, right? And we all live in a community where a school is nearby. So in a way, it is every single person, and really the call is to make schools an organizing hub in neighborhoods that take into account every single person that lives in the area. Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, before he was murdered by ICE, he was taking his 7-year-old son to school and then his 3-year-old son to daycare, right? So this is all communities. This isn't like, just in schools, but it's everyone around, families and parents. Liam Ramos is among 4 young students in the district, Columbia Heights in Minneapolis, that have been taken away. And I also want to, in terms of the national big picture, some things that Trump has done in the last few months. Trump has removed schools, hospitals, and churches as protected free zones from immigration enforcement, areas that were typically always off limits. So each city has sanctuary policies, like in New York. Some states are sanctuary states. But that's something to keep in mind in terms of this fight. And additional context, if everyone remembers, back in, I want to say August, the Supreme Court issued a decision overturning the rights of courts to block the practice of racial profiling. So if you are Latino, well, if you look Latino, if you speak Spanish, or if you have a low-paying job, you can be racially profiled. And that's, I mean, this is basically the entire room, I'm sure. So it's all the more reason for us to get really, really activated at a local level, hyper-local level, and make each school community an organizing hub for everyone. For community organizers, educators, parents, students, everyone has a stake in getting involved. So I want to talk about the UFT. In June, right before the school year ended, last year, June 2025, we passed a resolution in the delegate assembly. So each school has a chapter leader, and we all go to assemblies once a month. And we passed a resolution to start immigration defense committees in all schools. So that's a really big step, right? It's not normal, really, for a union to say, like, we use this as a hub, start organizing. The thing is, though, that this is not a muscle that all unions, especially in the current climate, have exercised before. Like, you can put out a call, you should organize, but like, how many people know how to do that? How many people will take that initiative? So some schools did take that step. More schools did in September. And right now, given the context of and really the bravery of the people in Minneapolis has really inspired all of us to say, like, all right, if we didn't heed the call in June, we didn't heed it in September, well, now is the time to heed this call to start these organizing hubs if you haven't already. And it shouldn't just be left up to the teachers. I want to emphasize that. It's parents, students. If you have the time and the will and it isn't happening, that means you have to do it. And that's the other piece of what I want to talk about today, that piece of taking initiative. So call it what you want. Immigration defense, ICE out, sanctuary team. You need to start one. Look for the people who seem to be go-getters in your school, who have a lot to say or are around a lot, helping out. Sometimes it's the people that are always setting up the food and cleaning up. Those are the people that you might want to start with on any team. Whatever the team is, there's a few things that you have to start thinking through. But you need to know what to do if ICE shows up at a school. They still need a judicial warrant to get in, but you should know what to do if they're outside the building. If there is a raid in the community, you should also have some kind of protocol, even if it means calling a person and alerting the administration, just something. And also what to do if a student or a parent shares that their family member has been detained or arrested, whatever, attacked, harassed, whatever word we want to use. There's also a team of counselors in the school who know what to do, but getting the information from the student or the family back to the school is important, so having a protocol for that. And every grouping has a different entry point. I think sometimes we're like, oh, we should do like these big things and everyone will be activated. And everyone's like, well, no, maybe we can just start with a bake sale, right? Like, just whatever it is, that entry point, just like talk to everyone and see what that is. In my school, I was actually inspired by a colleague. We're going to do a poster campaign to get the students activated. So something that shows the positivity and the power that immigrants have in this country. So just an visual campaign that students can initiate. So that's just one little thing. And I also want to list out some of the things that teachers have done in Los Angeles and Chicago, cities where they have major unions and major educator unions that have taken really important steps. They've done community patrols. They've done the Know Your Rights materials and organizing. They've called for virtual learning when ICE is in town, basically terrorizing. In Minneapolis now, they've added this demand of having an eviction moratorium, right? If there's an occupying force in your city that is terrorizing everyone and you can't leave, then you shouldn't be penalized for maybe not paying rent or not making your mortgage payments. So that's an important demand that's been added. And also defunding ICE, divest from ICE and give it back to our communities, back to schools, back to hospitals. A final point I want to make is that most people are not organized. So if you go look in your school and look at your colleagues, other students, parents, most likely they're not like organized beyond their immediate family, right? Like a lot of institutions have really been destroyed, right? There's churches who a lot of people may not go to anymore, especially people who are younger. Schools, there aren't as many activities after school as there was before the pandemic. And clubs like bowling leagues, like whatever it is, right? A lot of these things have been destroyed. So in a way, what we want to do is also think about that. How are we rebuilding communities that are engaging in something together, but also looking towards a political vision? Like the students who walked out yesterday, all these students, I was thinking about this today. I'm like, I don't think any of them are in a real organization. I know there was a clipboard going around and people were getting signed up, but a lot of these young people took spontaneous action. In my school, we did a walkout at 3 p.m. We marched around the block, and then some of us took the train down to the demonstration. But that piece of like you took an action and how do we keep on building on it, this is why we're making this call to really start these teams. I'm gonna call them ICE Out teams because we're at an ICE Out of New York People's Assembly, but you can call it whatever you want. But we need to fill this void because there's a void of organization. So it really is up to individuals. You know, we can send all the toolkits we want, we can do all the trainings, but unless you like actually do it, like get together during lunch, start that chat, start those running notes, create assignments, it's not gonna get done. And I also wanna make a call for unions in general, that we need to, as rank and file members, like I'm a chapter leader, that's a position elected at the school level, but not in like the union, right? And so you don't need to be elected to any leadership position to take this action. Like anyone can do this. But it takes us taking that courage to make that union fight, right? They put out the call, but we need to flex out muscle. We are the muscle, right? So we need to make it fight, and also break away from the Democratic Party machine. These major unions, these major unions, the UFT also, are really tied to the Democratic Party. And so we need to be the grassroots force on the ground, saying we're putting in the work, it's not the Democratic Party, and put forth an independent vision of social and economic changes that will transform our lives and the lives of the people around us that we're working with, but also demand that the union break away, because it's a dead end. It's a dead end. They weren't out last night. And that's upsetting to me because I was there and I saw a lot of students and teachers there. A lot. So it's up to us to make them put the money where their mouth is, right? Like you want this organizing to happen, break away from the Democrats. Because you're gonna give them the victory and they don't deserve it. They haven't done anything. I have more to say. Can I keep going? I'm like Marco.
Father Fabian is not coming, so.
Okay.
Take it.
I was thinking about advice, right? Like I was like, if I was to give advice, what would I say? And I wanted to think through the only solution to this problem of this false division, right, between citizens and non-citizens, because they don't see us, ICE doesn't see that division anymore, right? We're just all their enemy, is to end the second-class citizenship status of immigrants and to really unite around an economic and social program for justice. Education workers, anyone around a school, is in a key and strategic role right now because you don't control who your neighbor is, you don't control who your coworkers are, right? You can just take that action. And again, I want to emphasize, if you're thinking about it and it doesn't exist, I will proudly say it is your duty now to do it. And then you create that organization. We've been talking about this thread of like, organize, get organized. Well, that's what that means, right? It really means taking that initiative. And that also takes sacrifice. All of you here are sacrificing your Saturday. I'm sure there's laundry you need to do. I'm sure there's food you need to cook for children, right? I'm sure you need to go check on an elderly neighbor or your grandfather. Like, we all are making sacrifices. And they're telling us to disconnect ourselves constantly, right? If you look on your social media, it's telling you rest is resistance. It's telling you to like disconnect, to feel better. But what we need is community. We need the opposite. And so we need to create that. And that does mean putting one step forward. If you give an extra 10%, actually, if we all give an extra 10%, like this could be 10 times bigger. We could have the whole building instead of like the 2 floors, the 3 floors that TPF has, if we all put in that little extra, right? So that does take sacrifice, but we're not gonna get anywhere until we all think about that, right? Like what little more can we give in this dire moment where people's lives are at stake? And that's why you join an organization. Like the biggest threat to this system, this capitalist system and this government is organization. What did they do in the 1960s? They destroyed organizations. COINTELPRO went after the Black Panthers, the Young Lords, went after Fred Hampton, who dared to say, unite people of all backgrounds. That is a threat to them. And so anything that they're feeding us is not for us, right? Back to solo el pueblo salva el pueblo. We have to get organized because that's the biggest threat. That's what they fear. But not just get organized. Actually, I'm going to add more. Build an independent political program. Break away from the Democrats. Break away from the Republicans.
Okay.
And we got to fight for our unions to do that too, right? We have to actually vie for true power. And true power doesn't mean wait till the midterms. But that's what they did in 2007. Right? In 2006, the Democrats said, march today, vote tomorrow. And where are we now? 5-year-olds being detained in detention centers, people being shot point blank, with like complete impunity for these mass murderers who have machine guns. So that's where the Democrats got us. Obama kept on promising comprehensive immigration reform. That's why I got on Twitter in 2009. Because I really cared about comprehensive immigration reform. And what did he do? He was like, no, later, this other thing is more important. So immigrants, you wait. Wait your turn. And now they say, do it the right way. If you want to become a citizen now, it takes 40 years. That's the line. That's how long the line is, a 40-year line. So we cannot trust them, we cannot believe them because they have lied to us over and over, and this is an abusive relationship that has to end. Okay. Thanks, Marco. So, no, we're not gonna forget how they bargained our immigrant rights, how they bargained away women's rights regarding abortion. It's up to us to develop and refine our political vision with like-minded people and raise a common goal and a common program to truly, truly, truly reach our full potential as people and to get ICE out of our streets, out of our communities, and fully abolished. Thank you.
Thank you. Big shout out. Let's hear from Rita now. Thank you very much.
So now I have to follow that, which is crazy because that shouldn't be fair. I don't have notes, okay? Anyway, Carla, what were you saying? I'm a lawyer. I've been an attorney now for, it'll be 10 years in August. My area expertise is around housing and public benefits, right? I am not an immigration expert, but this moment has pushed many of us as lawyers, especially lawyers in nonprofits, lawyers who do community lawyering, to become immigration experts, right? We have no choice because our clients are being attacked at every point, right? Our clients, our non-citizen clients, our immigrant clients, they are being they're put in a place of fear, right? They don't know where to go, and it's purposeful, right? This administration causes chaos, disruption, to cause division, right? To cause and say, well, you're the problem, when truly it builds the problem between us here instead of pointing up, right? And we see the problem is the administration, this government since 1776, right? It is going to be 250 years of the same stuff. It's never worked. It's never worked for anyone who hasn't been part of the ruling dominant class. And I say that because, and I say this to kind of dovetail with Carla's point about organization, how deeply important it is in our communities, because as a lawyer, what you really learn, what I've learned really, is that the law is an imperfect tool. It is just a tool, right? It is a means to an end, but it does not guarantee us freedoms or rights or liberty, right? That is the will of the people. That is people fighting for literally every right we have has been through the blood, sweat, struggle of the people, of the most oppressed and maligned people, of the people who were threatened under slave catchers, right? Which is what modern ICE is, right? Like the police, ICE, slave catchers, one straight line from then to here. And so for us in nonprofits who are working with our clients, who are low-income clients, we're kind of forced to be creative, right? Because we see many of the attacks on housing right now. Federal funding for housing is under attack. They're also cutting eligibility for non-citizens, rights, and immigrants. They're also asking everyone in subsidized housing, in HUD housing, to confirm their immigration status, right? They're making rolls. This is very dangerous, right? They're asking for this information for a reason. And so as an attorney, you want to protect your client. You know what's happening. You can see it before you. You know they're not going to use this information for anything other than nefarious intentions. And so you have to think about what you can advise your client to do, what steps you can take to protect them. If there is other housing, you can find them, right? You think about also with like public benefits, SNAP. SNAP was under attack during the shutdown, right? Because a way to control and oppress a populace is to keep them hungry, right? And also to cause crime and poverty, you keep people hungry. And they're using SNAP as a tool, right? Because SNAP, by the way, is a supplemental nutrition assistance program, which is food stamps. And it's a lifeline for many people, right? Many people have to choose between paying the rent and paying for food. Things are incredibly expensive right now. We know that. So the government is using benefits like SNAP to get at people, to get not only at non-citizens, because because of the HR 1 bill, I refuse to call it the other bill, the other name for that bill, that was passed in July. It's caused a lot of changes to our public benefits, to SNAP, to immigrant eligibility. And again, it's another way to attack our non-citizen communities, our immigrant communities, and our clients, right? And so we are in the position of being creative, trying to find other ways to get clients the substance they need. And one way is through coalition. When there was the shutdown in November and we had all our clients on SNAP worried, right? We had to, and we've been doing this already, but engage even more in coalition with other organizations and community-based organizations, right? Which are really important, right? Because community-based organizations is what we know, what we learn about what is going on the ground with our clients, with our people. And so it's really been an all hands on deck kind of situation, right? In our profession, you're also dealing with the attacks on the legal profession, right? Immigration judges are being removed. Right now, it is like, I believe like military personnel are judges right now for immigration courts, which is terrifying, right? Because those people should not be in those positions of power. And it's another way, again, to attack our immigrant communities. And so like it is a very much multi-pronged attacks, not only against our clients, but against us in the legal profession as well. And to sum it up, it really is important, again, to come together, to organize, to educate yourself, because none of these systems will save us, right? Only we will save each other, right? Only el pueblo se salva el pueblo, right? And yeah, it's just a really important time to do these kinds of things, come together in community, learn, equip yourself, and be ready, right? Because we know the administration is only going to get more violent from here on. It's been escalating, and so we must also escalate in our response.
Thank you. But I have a follow-up question. Do you know of any experiences where other lawyers like you are coming together, or in other sectors that are in conversation, organizing among yourselves?
Yeah, absolutely. Like many of the nonprofits also have unions, and that's where many of our lawyers come together, right? To organize and fight back. That's why unions are so important, right? And that's why we talk about, and that's why they attack unions and why they're currently under attack. But usually it is through our unions that people come together, they organize, they trade information, and also in like other ways that And like we have other coalition partners, right, who are other like legal nonprofits who have more like immigration expertise that we engage in, or can do other legal work that we may not be able to do. So in those ways, we're like coming together. But the unions have been a really important place for lawyers to organize and come together.
Thank you. Big round of applause for these two fighters. And can you imagine if all lawyers were like Rita, or all teachers were like Carla? So we gotta keep pushing for that, promoting that culture of care for each other, and those who have the benefit of being in an institutionalized and privileged, work context, challenge their own institutions and challenge the unions that they're a part of, the churches that they go to, and shaking them up until they represent what the people want. Any final advice? Any final comment?
I think I turned it off. Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to add how we're also looking to, in my school, and hopefully we can get this out in other places, is to connect students and families to know like what resources are available where they are. So in New York City public schools, a lot of students don't always go to their neighborhood school, but might go to a school in a different part of the city that's not the same. And so like what should students do, as they're like on public transportation? Like, what are the churches in their area? So I wanted to make that point because we also have mentioned to them, like, if there's churches in the area, that might be also like a safe place to go if something's happening on your walk home from the train. And also lawyers have been connecting as we find out about people's cases, or like a parent who's on like mixed status families. So there's a lot of connections to be made, which again, I think speaks to that point that we keep on highlighting. It's the initiative and organization. And you never know who else is in the school community too, who could be connected to more resources. So really tabling at school events, having art builds, like things that are not always like, feel like really intense. But I think some spaces that are open and allow for more socializing can also allow you to get to know the people in the community and what skills they can bring in to strengthen the organization that you're building. But I wanted to end, and also post-secondary education. The CUNY has like an immigrant initiative that supports immigrant students. And so we're also, for high schools, looking to connect with that. So there's a plethora of resources in the city, but really being able to like narrow it down can feel like a lot and daunting. And hopefully we can continue centralizing a lot of these resources.
Thank you very much.
I also want to add that we do have information too about court accompaniment, right? In the registration table, we have flyers where you can sign up, get training, and go with someone who is going to their hearing, right? You're there with them as support. We've heard back that people are treated better when they have people with them, right? And you can bear witness to what is going on. And that can help someone's case, right? That is a way that you can get involved in this legal process, not only as part of the community, but also as to report back what is happening, right? What is happening in these courts, what is happening to these people, because that is so important, right? Because what's happening is that we are getting cut off from information. And so it is the information that we gather amongst ourselves, that we circulate amongst ourselves, that is very important. And so I just want to make another plug, grab some of the flyers, the court accompaniment flyers, and the other ICE out of New York flyers too, in the front, give them out to people, spread the word, give that information. We want people feeling supported as possible, because we know Federal Plaza is a nightmare right now for people, right? Many people are being taken. So if you can, definitely do, get into court accompaniment and spread that word.
Thank you. So something that stays with me from among the many important things that were discussed today is that as we see an administration that is building this databases with information that it's taken from public institutions to build these profiles, they're going to go after everyone, everywhere, all the time, and the only thing that stands in between the people and the government are good teachers, good lawyers, and so those institutions that are there to serve and protect are now called to, really, really, really play that role and acknowledge that this is not about immigrants, this is not about immigration, this is a moment where the powers established at the federal government, at the federal level, rejects everything that is not aligned with their values, which are white supremacy and everything that we know. So we are one united front for them. We should be one united front for us. And not at the big level, not only in marches, not at this General Assembly level, but in our community, in our corners, in our schools, in our organizations, in our unions, every day and every single block counts. Thank you very much. So now we're going to break again into groups. I'm going to name the different panels that we have now. What, you're going to help me with that? Yeah, I got it, yeah.
All right. When I say ice, you say? Oh, you guys are tired.
When I say abolish, you say abolish.
Ice. Ice. Woo. All right. So we're gonna break out in teams. This is the time where we're gonna strategize as a collective and see where we're gonna merge. So please select the team that you like and how we can work together, right? So teachers and students are going to be in Claudia Jones building, which is upstairs, right? Okay, great. And artist is going to be in Josina room, which is upstairs too. All right, great. And legal and social, we're going to still using the theater? Yes. There's no, okay, the theater. So the theater downstairs on the basement. Legal, social, and healthcare workers. Is that cool? Okay, and then Chinga la Migra, we're going to use the Violeta Parra room, which is here. And that one is going to be in Spanish, but we also going to have interpretation. So don't be afraid if you don't speak Spanish, you can still be part of the panel. All right, that's cool. Thank you so much. Please, if facilitators can take some notes, I will highly, highly appreciate it. The door to go upstairs is right there. Can you raise your hand? Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, if you want to go upstairs, that's the door. If you want to go downstairs, this is the door. And then if you're going to stay in Chinga la Migra, vamos a hacerlo en este lado. It's going to be happening this side of the room. En este lado, yeah. Legal at the theater. Legal, social, and health workers, the theater. The Robertson Cinema, downstairs. En el basement, legal. Legal. Artist, upstairs, arriba. Artistas arriba. Por la puerta de aquí. For this door. Teachers and students second floor. En Chinga la Migra, aquí. Here. And then if you don't speak Spanish for Chinga la Migra, you need to grab a headset so you can get translation. Thank you so much. And we're gonna use this part of the room right here. Right here it should be, yeah.
Hey, Jorge. I'm Tom. I'm in Queens with Jorge Villegas. But anyway,
So, ¿podemos movernos para acá? We can move here for the Chinga la Migra? Yes, thank you very much. Because kids are going to be using this room. Sorry. Yeah. Hey, how are you? Nice to see you, brother. No sé si alguien fue. Mírale. Headsets for people that do not speak Spanish or both language, yeah. Ok. Porque después va a ser una...
Voy a hacer la encuesta de quién habla, quién no habla, quién no habla y quién habla. Yo digo que este tiene que ser en español, en todo caso.
1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing.
Ando con mi ropa sucia porque voy a trabajar. Todos los días me levanto bien temprano a jornalear. Como todo ser humano con virtudes y defectos, trato de ser el primero, también trato de ser correcto. No me acuse de cochino, el cochino es usted. Y no se atreva a negarlo, bien lo sabe su merced. Que aunque con su ropa limpia, cochino sigue siendo, porque se empeña en quitarle el bocado al que está barriendo. Ay, mi señor politiquero, que de actor a gobernador, sigue terminando con racismo al trabajador. Con todas esas ideas que aunque tiene en su cabeza, que no se invente más leyes, mejor tome otra cerveza. ¡Ah, pues!
Hello everyone, we're going to start our last panel. If you please take a seat. We're going to start our panel. It's okay. Vamos a empezar ya nuestro panel. Por favor, si pueden tomar asiento. Ok.
Compañeros, un aplauso si me escuchan. Un aplauso si me escuchan. Un aplauso si me escuchan. 2 aplausos si me escuchan. 3 aplausos si me escuchan. Eso, ahí está.
Gracias. Ok, muchas gracias. Pues ya quiero comenzar este panel diciendo que en un contexto migrante, colonizador, hablar el idioma con el que nacimos es un acto político, así que yo voy a estar hablando en español, cambiaré a inglés para las personas que hablan inglés, dado que la interpretación es en su mayoría español-inglés. Hello everyone, I want to begin by saying that within a migrant and colonizing context that seeks to assimilate us into the hegemony, speaking the language we were born into is a political act. So I will be speaking in Spanish and at times I will switch to English. ¿Cómo están? Ya estamos en la recta final de este día, así que es un honor para mí presentar este último panel, ahora que ya hemos pasado todo un recorrido histórico sobre las bases sistémicas del racismo, de la historia de la migración, del capitalismo, que nos ha traído hasta los eventos que estamos viviendo hoy en día. Hemos ya compartido talleres, comido rico, así que es momento de preguntarnos qué sigue, cómo nos vamos a defender. How are you doing? We are now in the final stretch of the day, so it is an honor for me to present this last panel after having gone through a historical overview of the racism, migration, and capitalist system, foundations that have brought us to what we are experiencing today. After sharing workshops and enjoying good food together, it is time to ask ourselves what comes next. How do we defend ourselves? Es importante recordar que venimos de lugares, de países que tienen una amplia historia de lucha colectiva, nuestros países en Latinoamérica. Tenemos una resistencia ancestral y contemporánea que sabemos y que nos hemos defendido ante las injusticias del sistema. Ya nos hemos organizado en nuestros propios países y hemos logrado hacer de nuestra fuerza comunitaria una trinchera y aquí no será la excepción. Venimos también de una tradición de trabajadores ambulantes, de tianguis, etcétera, jornaleros, trabajadoras del hogar, cuidadoras de niños, etcétera. It is important to remember that we come from places, from countries with a long history of collective struggle, of ancestral and contemporary resistance in our own countries. We know how to defend ourselves. We have done so before in the face of the system's injustice. We have organized and we have been able to turn our collective strength into a stronghold, and this will be not the exception. We also come from a tradition of street vendors, tianguis, and informal markets. We are workers, day laborers, domestic workers, and caregivers of children. Y es en este sentido que diversos grupos y organizaciones se han organizado para replicar y defender a nuestras comunidades migrantes aquí en Nueva York. Así que la pregunta para los panelistas es, ¿qué podemos esperar en 2026 y cuál es la responsabilidad de nuestro movimiento? ¿Sí? Ok, perfecto. Okay. And in this spirit, various groups and organizations have organized to protect and defend our migrant communities here in New York. So the question is, what can we expect in 2026, and what is the responsibility of our movement? To help us answer this question, we are joined by Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, from Deputy Director of the Street Vendor Project. It's also here Rilla Ortiz from Damayan, and Marco Castillo from Red de Pueblos Transnacionales. Woo! So we can start with you, please, Ria.
Check. Isang mapagpalayang hapon sa inyong lahat. Liberating afternoon to everyone. I'm Ria Ortiz from the Mayan Migrant Workers Association. I'm very honored to join this closing panel with my colleagues from the immigrant rights movement. So, short story first. In the mid-90s, my mother immigrated to the US. A survivor of Philippine martial law in the 70s, she endured political torture and solitary confinement, but could not bear watching her children go hungry or not attend college. She sacrificed her own dreams so our family could survive. She became a low-wage domestic worker in New York, cleaning the homes of the wealthy, caring for the children, and working from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. for very little pay. She was treated less as a worker and more like a personal servant. One time she was working for a wealthy family in Upper East Side and had not eaten anything by 2 p.m. She ate a bagel from the kitchen counter that would have been thrown anyway. Her employer screamed at her for eating the bagel. They were on the 9th floor, and the doorman on the ground floor could hear her screams. My mother stood there, humiliated and exhausted, but unbowed. Sadly, her story isn't unique. Many Filipino domestic workers endure below minimum wages, unjust terminations, unpaid overtime, and no benefits. In today's political climate, Filipino migrant workers face a higher risk of workplace abuse, detention, and deportation. Many are forced to work under harsher conditions with little or no overtime pay or benefits. Many Filipino migrant workers are trafficked by their employers, their passports taken, and subjected to physical, mental, emotional, and sexual abuse. The fear and anxiety also take a heavy toll on their mental health. When they assert their rights, some employers threaten to report them to ICE. A trafficked Filipino domestic worker member who had already filed a T-visa application self-deported last year due to severe mental and emotional stress and the fear of losing another aging parent. Filipino migrant workers know ICE raids and brutality all too well as well. Like our Latino siblings, we live in Jackson Heights and Corona, the epicenters of ICE raids in the US. Any Queens folks in the house? Yeah! Quinceañas. Okay. Historically, immigrants and migrant workers have also been demonized and used as scapegoats for the country's problems. We are treated as the most disposable elements. The undocumented migrant workers, especially the women, the elderly, and the children, like Liam Ramos. In these moments, we are cast as disposable victims in a larger war. Even in fear and confusion, we found ways to respond. Last year, the Mayan reached out to 14,000 individuals through flyering in Little Manila and other Filipino establishments. We reached 120,000 through social and media engagement and provided Know Your Rights trainings to more than 500 community members. Thank you. We launched the Workers' Protection Academy to educate people about the racist history of ICE and Border Patrol. All participants received Know Your Rights training, completed safety planning worksheets, and joined neighborhood team group chats and Signal. We alert them whenever there's an ICE raid or kidnapping, and we conduct roll calls to ensure every member is safe and accounted for. One member asked, "Ria, is it safe to go home now?" While waiting for the next text. These efforts, done quietly and away from the spotlight, have proven effective. When migrant workers are educated, fear gives way to confidence, and they build collective power. As a result, we have not had any member detained or deported yet. But keeping workers and families is not enough. We must fight fascism on every front, and that means building power beyond our immediate communities. We have joined ICE out of New York in the hands of NYC rallies. When Minnesota called for a general strike, we stood with 25,000 New Yorkers in solidarity. That was just yesterday. We are seeing unprecedented levels of violence in recent U.S. history. The crisis is out of control, a rupture between the billionaire class and the working class in the U.S. If we look at the bigger picture, this level of violence has been used in many countries around the world, including Palestine and the Philippines. The global and economic political crises are worsening, and it's on the brink of collapse. And the U.S. is becoming more and more isolated. The U.S. government's policies, such as the tariffs, are backfiring. This is contributing to an immigration crackdown, and it's not just immigrants they're targeting, it's everyone, like citizens like Alex Pretty and Nicole Good. We know the situation will only worsen, and the federal government is ready to deploy ICE and other federal agents in NYC. Our actions should anticipate that. We cannot wait until they're here. We need to be 1 or 2 steps ahead of what they will do. We must organize our communities to prevail. As a Filipino migrant worker organization, we draw strength from the long history of struggle and culture of resistance of the Filipino people back home and in the U.S. and the progressives in the country. Are there Filipinos in the house? Yeah, they're all here. Okay. We come from a tradition of progressives who know what to do in crucial moments. Ang mga mamamayan ang tunay na tagapaglikha ng kasaysayan. The people are the true makers of history, remains our guiding principle. As organizers and visionaries, we must stay 1 or 2 steps ahead of any oppressive plan. We must engage in vigorous, painstaking, and sustained preparation. Immigrant rights organizations in all groups should embed this work in our program of action. We need to do Know Your Rights trainings and political education by the hundreds, followed by filling out safety planning worksheets and joining neighborhood team group chats. Our focus should be preventative, not reactive. We need to raise the political consciousness of the working class, including the migrant workers. Do not underestimate their capacity to learn big theories like capitalism and the downfall of imperialism. We need to hold massive legal clinics and mobilize an army of immigration lawyers to provide consultations for hundreds of migrant workers, and an army of labor law attorneys to file stolen wage claims on behalf of migrant workers. I never thought that I would use army and attorney in the same sentence, and here we are. We need to build mass movements and fully integrate immigrant rights movements, labor rights, anti-trafficking, and other movements. Our greatest resource is our own numbers. A petite Filipino migrant worker versus 5 agents. We're not sure about that. But 5 ICE agents versus 500 New Yorkers, now we're talking. We must educate and organize ourselves, widen our unity, and learn from cities already leading the struggles like Los Angeles, Chicago, and Minnesota. We must support a general strike and rapid response efforts and invest in leadership development with immigrant and migrant worker communities. In the end, the work we do today is about people, our families, our communities, and our future. We must organize not just to survive, but to build a more just and humane society for everyone who contributes to it. This morning, when I left, I told my wife, "You're my inspiration." Because she's a domestic worker. She wakes up every single day at 6 in the morning to take care of 3 children in Upper West Side. And then meanwhile, there's ICE raids happening in our community at 6 in the morning. And then when she goes home, ICE is still in our community. So I fear for her safety. I fear for our safety, as well as the safety of our community. So we cannot just survive. We have to thrive under these conditions. And we can only do that by organizing together. Maraming salamat po. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ria. Now we are gonna pass the microphone to Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, please.
Is it working? Okay, great. Is it working? No. Más así? Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Karina. Thank you, Ria, for sharing this. Thank you for being here. I have to say, honestly, when I walked in today, was feeling very heavy about everything that's been happening, and coming in felt like a sigh of relief to be in this room, to be in this space with everybody who has a shared care for one another. So would love everybody to just take a moment and look at your neighbor. It might feel corny, it might feel weird, but look at your neighbor, because this is actually how we are going to be making it through this together, as we always have been, by relying on each other and creating safe, shared spaces like this. So my name is Karina. I am the deputy director at an organization called the Street Vendor Project. Glad to be here with you all. I first got involved at SVP because my best friend's mom is a street vendor in Corona, and the experiences of coming out of school and her mom had been arrested, right? And we have to go to the precinct and pick her up. Or to be out with her in the street and experience what's happening, just her fear of being out there while at the same time also being a homeowner, right? Also being a mother. All of these shared truths that she had and was experiencing, but also being treated worse than dirt. And that's how I got involved and into the movement, organizing with her through her leadership, and became involved in the Street Vendor Project. And that's who we are as an organization. We are a member-led organization of street vendors all across the 5 boroughs. We work in 7 languages, so French, Spanish, Arabic, Mandarin, Bangla, Wolof, and sometimes in English too. But that is how we are not only fortifying ourselves as a movement of street vendors and allies of street vendors, but to grow then beyond that. Finding what experiences we have in common beyond just identity, right? Beyond just a profession and what's shared, but as parents, as family, as children, right? Folks may be aware, so street vending, right? Raise your hand if you've had something from a street vendor. I expect to see every hand up here. Okay. Couple maybe not, so you gotta go outside and get something. But street vending is core to who we are as a city in New York. Like many other cities that Ria mentioned as well. Street vending is how we move through the city, right? But for a very long time, there's been a system of criminalizing street vendors in New York City, a punitive system that has made it almost impossible for them to exist. In the 70s and 80s, there was caps placed on the number of permits that street vendors could access, which created a near impossibility for people to work in a quote-unquote way the city considers to be legal. And so when you think about the immigration system, right, how there's not even a way to get access to citizenship, there's not a pathway to citizenship, so much of that is reflected in street vending and licensing as well. Can't get on a wait list, right? Wait lists are closed. And street vendors themselves, 96% of street vendors are immigrants, so the two go hand in hand, right? The impossibility, that feeling of impossibility of achieving either one. But I'm very excited to share some news with you all today that this week, we won a major campaign that many people in this room were a part of to actually pass legislation for street vendors to get access to now over 20,000 permits and licenses to operate. And that is the first time in 47 years that there's been a change like this. So to be able to share that in this room, I hope brings us all to remember in ourselves and our bodies that we have that power to make these things happen. No one wanted this, right? None of the people in power, right? The people with the ability to vote wanted this. But we took to the streets. We took action. We organized. We had meetings in the basements of masjids to the streets, right? And this was the true power that we were able to create to be able to pass this legislation. And I bring this in as well to say it's a big win, but it is having access to a permit or a license is not enough in this moment that we're in. Street vendors, by the very nature of their work, by being on a street corner, by being outside, you are vulnerable. Because you're outside, for speaking English with an accent, for just simply having this profession, you are labeled as someone who could be a target of ICE, right? Or frankly, just by being outside are. And we've seen this in other cities. We've seen this in LA. And we take that information, right? Knowing, though, it is not new. It is not new for street vendors to be targeted for their profession and being outside just like that. That has been the case at the city level and at the federal level. So also to say we have built ways of keeping each other safe that now, for better, for worse, street vendors are some of the most prepared for this moment. So there are, like within our, similar to what Ria was sharing, we have WhatsApp groups, we have WeChats across the city where now instead of just sharing about NYPD, right, or Department of Sanitation Police when they're out there, we're also sharing where is ICE? Where is ICE right now? Vendors for decades have been sharing photos and images and keeping one another safe, warning each other of what's out there. Now we're expanding that, right? Because it's not just street vendors who are the targets, it's our neighbors, it's our community members. So sharing that information out and working more in allyship with other workers' rights organizations, with those also here from ICE Out who can respond, right? Who may have a different level of ability to operate outside. So that's one way, is very much by building on what we already have and sharing that out with more people, right? To stay connected in that way. We've seen that in Canal Street, right? I would say that's the first way we've seen street vendors be targeted in New York City, and the response was overwhelming. We were able to get the word out to vendors immediately through our WhatsApp chats, and though there were several people who were taken, that was thankfully a small group out of a much larger group. And you also saw, right, what happens when ICE comes to New York in the middle of one of our busiest streets. You saw thousands of people come out and respond and be there and be present. And that is the energy that will get us through this. The other things I wanted to share before passing it on are, in this moment, as we're planning our actions and the ways that we're disrupting, we've become as our organization accustomed to being able to take the streets, right? To be able to protest. And we don't have that same ability right now, right? This is where we're calling and wanting to continue to work in partnership with folks who are able to take to the streets in those ways, but with impact and maintaining those relationships with one another so that folks who are directly impacted are still able to lead the way, right? Though not physically present, though not able to be there, continuing to have that collaboration across the way. At Street Vendor Project, what we've been doing is building Know Your Rights trainings, creating those specifically for street vendors, doing outreach and education. And this is, if folks want to get involved, you want to come out and do that together, this is a great way to get involved and keep one another informed. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, please, Marco Castillo.
Yes, well, thanks, Ria and Karina and Ale. I think that there's not that much to add. My name is Marco Castillo. I am here representing Transnational Villages Network, Red de Pueblos Transnacionales, and it is an honor to be here, and I'll try my best to represent the vision, the reality that the families that we're working with wanted me to bring to this table. I think that as we are building and training ourselves and educating ourselves to build a movement that kicks ICE out of New York and out of the United States for good, forever. At the same time, if we want to create systemic change, we also need to be open and opening spaces for those who've been struggling here for more than 500 years to learn from their lessons, to follow their lead, and walk along them. Let's not be convinced that the ways that we know are the only or better and the best. Let's not rush ourselves to try to occupy spaces where there might be families and individuals who have strategies and models that are effective and working. As part of the work that we do in December, and together with the National Day Labor Organizing Network and Resistencia, we organize a 5-day Escuelita school session where we invited the Shipibo Guard in the Peru, Cheran Guard in Mexico. We also had representatives from the Indigenous Guard in Colombia, as well as representatives from the community guards in Chicago and in New Jersey. And one of the things that we learned through that school was, one, many of these folks have been fighting this same authoritarianism for 600 years. Many of these indigenous community guards have the knowledge. They experience the worst kinds of authoritarianism. Not to go too far, our brothers and sisters from the Haudenosaunee Nation a few hours away from here reminded us that this very same government, a few hundred years ago, destroyed generations of their children by kidnapping, raping, and killing. It does not come as a surprise to many communities that this is happening right now. But we also must remind that New York it's home for no less than 1 million people who speak indigenous languages and bring that tradition here. Many of them are street vendors and low-wage workers. Yes, they're vulnerable. Yes, we need to show up and support, and we need to build those networks. But at the same time, we need to listen. We need to learn. We need to be open. Many of them have already the systems. A few minutes ago, we had a panel here. It's called Neighborhood to Neighborhood, where we heard from migrants themselves saying how are they feeling in this moment. And right now, many of them feel isolated, stressed out, depressed, and sad for what's happening to them. But they also feel enraged, empowered, and ready to be out there fighting. Most ICE out of New York and most ICE Watch networks are folks with some level of consciousness, and maybe they live very far away and they offer themselves to be there for us, but they're not going to make it before 15 minutes. The fastest rapid response networks are the families themselves, being able to have the systems and the tools to be able to not cooperate, to not open the door, to be able to call the right person and the right networks. So it is very clear for us that this is a moment where we should do a lot of activism to dismantle the system that has caused historic oppression on our bodies and our communities, but at the same time, it is a moment and opportunity about the way that we've been acting as middle class, as settlers, as white people, as white allies, and the tools and systems that we use, how to make sure that this struggle is a struggle where everybody is fighting in the front line and all strategies are honored, recognized, and supported. Are we imposing our strategies, or are we supporting the strategies that local communities are pushing? Are we listening? Are we learning from them? That is a really important question. And for us, one of the first things that we learned from Chicago and from LA was, yes, there was a city that stood up in arms to fight ICE, but there were communities that also did hyper-local organizing, street by street. And that's not going to come from outside activism. That's going to come from empowering and supporting local communities and building their own systems. If we want to build a New York City that is ready to push and dismantle this system from the ground up, we need the grassroots to be organized, and we're not going to tell them how. They know how. And so let this moment be an opportunity to strengthen our solidarity. Creating multilingual spaces, it's important. Making sure that we have interpreters in Spanish and in indigenous languages, recognizing and listening to the ways in which migrants have been struggled before they come here. Maybe you can learn a huge lesson. Many of you have in your organizations or in your groups folks who were part of indigenous guards, who have experience fighting the system. It's an opportunity to learn and build a stronger movement. If we rush ourselves and try to be in the front lines and fight the system without acknowledging the role and the power of migrant communities and put them at a central, essential role, then we might be also taking the risk of erasing and maintaining inequality and oppression in this city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to add a comment because between the street vendors and how we organize in our own countries, that reminds me, for example, from where I came from. The street vendors have their own system to escape the police because in some places it is illegal to be a street vendor. En algunos lugares del lugar de donde yo vengo, en México, los vendedores ambulantes son los que se organizan para escapar de la policía y tienen algo que le llamamos pasar el pitazo y es un chiflido muy fuerte que de una esquina a otra ellos ya saben que la policía viene y inmediatamente todos guardan las cosas. We have something, what is the name? A whistle? A whistle, really, really hard that you can listen from one corner to another, and then they already know that the police is coming. So we can do that kind of strategies, as Marco is saying, and reply it here, but in this case, the Polimigra. So thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate. We need to organize.
If I may,
Yeah.
just very quickly, I forgot something important. And here among us, there are many folks who are doing that work. And I want to acknowledge Los Gavilanes and the community of the Commission for the Care of the Community, which are neighbors from the Bronx that are organizing among themselves, setting cameras and other systems in which they can work for themselves. Also, Doña Vicky, allá, en East Harlem, todos los compas que vienen de Catholic Charities, and all of those who we were discussing the ways in which we are already protecting ourselves in silence, but building safe communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't go because at 5 p.m. the music is gonna start. So the dancing is starting.
Yeah. Out. 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 Out.
We usually don't have a lot of time. Now we have a lot of time. But so let's give it a round of applause for our panelists. And Roque is ready. So he's going to come and perform. And also we are going to have the Afro-Dominican group also ready to perform. And I just wanted to kind of recap what we have done. And how we're going to move forward is going to be the key at this moment. It's going to be super key. So in the morning we hear from Claudia, Manolo, and Nadia, where are we and how we're seeing this fight and this struggle. Then we talk about in each training how we can train ourselves and can be better. Then we have the panel of, what was the other panel? Oh, the teachers, exactly, teachers, the students, and labor union, how we're gonna be able to support us each other. Then we close with this beautiful panel, and it's like about workers and the street vendors and migrant communities, indigenous migrant communities, and the cross-sector part of it. So it's how we're gonna make this work together is gonna be the key now on. Please make sure we have your number. Please make sure that you have registered. And also, we're going to keep calling for strategically meetings where we're going to start planning how we're going to head into the streets, how we're going to head into the making a strategy, a collective strategy, and how we also going to support each other is going to be key factor from now on. All right? So we're going to have Roque. You guys are free to go. But I also want to have the opportunity before Roque shows up, if there's any feedback that you guys want to give us, or like what do you all think? Like a couple, 2 or 3, we have a little time. 2 or 3 people that can talk about if you guys want to say something or some feedback. So by the time that we are trying to set up this part. Any feedback, any reactions, how it was? I know it was a long day. No one? Oh, there you go. Go ahead. No, Alejandra. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello.
Oh. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm V. I'm with ICE out of New York. I'm based in Queens. But I just want to let you know that if you are interested in volunteering with ICE out of New York, we have different borough chats that we can add you to. So if you want to come find me, or if anyone else wants to raise their hand who can add people to the borough chats,
there you go.
High. Yeah, I can add you to the chats. We've got Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn. I think that's it, like Manhattan, Uptown. But yeah, we can add you to the chats. And Bronx. I think that's all also Manhattan. Yeah. All right, great. Come find us if you want to get even more involved. Thank you so much.
All right, great. You want to pass it along? Thank you so much. No, because people is going to hear you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's just only like organize or train, but we need to move, to act, mobilize. And I think we need to teach our members or anyone we knew, family members, to do Signal or WhatsApp, because there's a lot, I think, who don't know how to do it. Thank you, that's all.
Beautiful. All right, we have one more. All right, that's it. Anybody else? All right, and I want to welcome to Roque. Come, Roque, come. Can we please give a round of applause for Roque? We can do better.
What up, everybody? How you feeling tonight? Are there any Dominicans out here? No. No? No? Any Chileans? No? No. Well, I'm a Dominican. And a Dominican, if you don't know, is a mixture of a Chilean and a Dominican. And you get Dominican. And how I came up with this word is one day I came home from school and I tell my dad, I know what I am. I'm a Dominican. You what you know about me, I'm a Dominican, half Chileno, half Dominican, 100% I'm killing it, you know what it is, I'm a Dominican, yeah, I'm a Dominican, half Chileno, half Dominican, que lo Kentucky, the young rebel, el rated rookie, South Bronx, tienen que echar pantotones, yeah, more flavor than camarones, I'm Maxime Gomez in La Habana. I did bachata with my mama, Punta Cana in La Playa. I'm Sammy Sosa versus Mark McGuire. Big Papi in New York, but I never retire. Uptown making buckets like Felipe. I'm so sick, I'm on the mic, that I might cut I gripe. Yeah, I walk in Taínos, originals. You know I rap for my people. I am Roque and me dirijo dances. I'm the Mirabal sisters, break dancing. I'm an alpha eating sopa de alfabeto. Alfalfa with the flow. This the music of the ghetto. What you know about me? I'm a Dominican, half Chileno, half Dominican. 100% I'm killing it. You know what it is. I'm a Dominican. What you know about me? I'm a Dominican, half Chileno, half Dominican. 100% I'm killing it. You know what it is. I'm a Dominican. ¿Qué pasa mi guacho? ¿Qué pasa mi Sean? I do karate like Wu-Tang Clan. Con Tío Dasic en el Monumental. Colo, colo, the crowd goes wild. Baku Kaliao, Baku Kaliao. I was outside screaming that out loud. I'm coming straight from the Andes Mountains. And you know I flow harder than a broken fountain. I pop like a Tío Lalo en La Guama. My favorite rapper is mi tía Ana. My little sister, la empanada. I'm a Mapuche versus the Spanish Armada. They not like us, and we not like you. I made a go for alegría, my cool. This for my tata and my abu too. You know it for the land, screaming free wild mappa. What you know about me? I'm a Dominican, half Chileno, half Dominican. 100% I'm killing it. You know what it is. I'm a Dominican, yeah, I'm a Dominican, half Chileno, half Dominican. 100% I'm killing it. You know what it is. I'm a Dominican. Everybody know what's happening with Trump? Everybody know what's happening with ICE? Because right now, I think they're out of control. They're out of control in Minneapolis, in Jersey, in Chicago, Jersey, where I actually drive by all the time, they raided a laundromat. Shame. And then, like the next week, they picked up a little girl and most likely her uncle, and then right after, dropped them off at school. That's dumb. That's dumb. Like right after they saw that they're citizens and then just drop them off at the school? How do you do that? Shame. And I believe that starts at Trump. So I just want to say, dump Trump! Dump Trump! Woo! You should know that things are getting serious in the world. I'm Roque Styles and we're here to stand up. The South Bronx will make you dump Trump. Hip hop will make you jump, jump. Roque will make you dump, jump. We will make you jump, jump. Don't try to compare me. I'm from Planet Roque. I'm so fly, left school in a rocket. Got cheese straight from the Aki. Free Palestine, so the feds gonna wash me. So high, black fist in the Olympics. Yeah, build bridges like Willis. Welcome to the Bronx where my real was at. Cause Donald Trump is with it, what? Hair so long, middle of my back. Indian land, time to take it back. Rocky got boss, they say I'm all that. And when they ask do we rock, say believe that. Jump, Trump, hip hop will make you jump, jump. Rocky will make you jump, jump. Chicago will make you jump, jump. Jump, Trump, hip hop will make you jump, jump. The South Bronx will make you jump, jump. We will make you jump, jump. Along with dumping Trump, we gotta start taking back the land. We gotta start taking back the land. Stolen land. Stolen land. We gotta take it back. By fire, son los trabajadores, los criminales son los gobernadores y los senadores y el presidente. Yeah, that's the real Agent Orange. More fight to the streets. El pueblo unido, no justice, no peace. And if you hear this song, take back the land. Don't take the streets, baby, take back the land. Will the people please put up your hands? Now is the time to take back the land. Valentina, take back the land. New York, take back the land. Please just rewind as you take back the land. Black and brown workers, you got a purpose. We are more than just what we gon' purchase. We must unite to defeat this perversive leader of the circus. Stop with the searches, stop with the raids. Who getting paid? We not gon' let you turn us into slaves. Nah, queremos dignidad. Suelta la tierra y devuélvela ya. And if you hear this song, take back the land. Yo, take the streets, baby, take back the land. Will the people please put up your hands? Now is the time to take back the land. Valentina, New York, Venezuela. Please just rewind as we take back the land. Take back the land. Take back the land. Please just rewind as we take back the land. Sure. do back on the street. I can do back on the street. I can do it. I can do it, yeah. It's about a lot. Well, while we wait, you guys can stand up because I know you've been sitting for a while. Take any, take the original one. Yeah. Hey, back on the scene, free Palestine, from the river to the sea. I'm outside with a protest sign, stop genociding, free Palestine. Back on the scene, free Palestine, from the river to the sea. I'm outside with a protest sign, stop genociding, free Palestine. Telling the truth, who's the liar? Who lit the houses and set them on fire? Who drops a bomb on a woman and children every Thanksgiving? Who celebrates pilgrims? What you know about the Nakba? They stole the land from the grandmas and grandpas. 1948, bro. Time to set it straight, bro. This conflict did not start ever on October 7th. They banned the flag, so we fly the colors in a watermelon. Getting all of this is so bad, so they coming for all that rap. All of this is so bad, so I'm coming with all of that math. Yes, let's do the numbers. Yes, let's do numbers. 17.9 million. A2 is real. Meanwhile, the local schools got kids that cannot even spell. Who are the criminals? Who are the crooks? We need a back to buy new books, but you don't be paying your taxes. So I say fi to all of these fascists. You be paying your taxes. So I say fi to all of these fascists. They could buy computers for all of the classes. They can feed the hungry and all of the masses. Even though I'm young, we gotta take action. Hey, we gotta take action. They could buy food for all of the rich, but we are the poor and they are the rich. The way they rather bomb Gaza. Look what happened in Rafah. Todos conviertos son ratas. They are the reason for most of our problems. I'm a kid too. This makes me sad. Imagine losing your mom. Imagine losing your dad. Imagine your land. Imagine them live in a world where this is all part of their plan. Damn, how many babies got killed today? Netanyahu's a getaway. Benjamin Biden forever. We sliding me, puta migana. You know that we sliding. We are the people. They're the ops, the IDF be training the cops. The cops are the one terrorizing the block with the weapons that the government bought. The more the people get caught, the more money they go and buy bombs. This cycle is vicious, so we keep persisting because we cannot live in an open air prison from Gaza straight to the Bronx. From the Bronx to San Juan, we respond even if it's a song, cause we don't got bombs, so ring the alarm. Sing, free Palestine, from the river to the sea. I'm outside with a protest sign, stop genocide and free Palestine.
Give it up one more time for Roque. And one time, free, 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 free. Beautiful. All right, y'all, we are just getting started. I'm so glad you're up on your feet because I'm gonna ask that we push these chairs back and we get ready to dance. We've been sitting all day, like Roque said. It's time to move our bodies because that's an important part of the work that we do, and embrace that art and culture is also an essential part of building our movement. So in just a bit, we're gonna have Afro Dominicano perform. Give it up for them. And in the meantime, the DJ is gonna play some music. We're gonna chat, and then we're gonna get dancing. Thank you, don't leave yet. We still got the performance on the way. Let's go.
baila el calizo en la arena tomando sol. Y soñando sin tiempo ni pena, when dancing in paradise. Every time, ay, 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 ay. Whoa. Tiene mucho tiempo. Que tiene mucho down. Woman de callao. Tiene mucho tiempo. Que tiene mucho down. Woman de callao. It's a custom to love the man who come to el callao. All the women dancing calypso into the blood. Y soñando sin tiempo ni pena when dancing in this paradise. Every time, ay, 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 ay. Whoa. Tiene mucho tiempo. Él tiene mucho down. Woman de callao. Tiene mucho tiempo. Él tiene mucho down. Woman de callao. Agarra a tu pareja. Sácala a bailar. Aprovechadito, mami. Con el gusto adentro todo el tiempo, compadre.
Don't forget, we have Afro Dominicano performing in just a bit. Stick around, you don't want to miss it.
Woman pa' aquí, woman de lado, woman callao. Frankie Pay. Que me la guaya. ¡Ay! It's a custom to love the man who come to el callao. All the women dance calypso into the blood. Y soñando sin tiempo ni pena when dancing in this paradise. Every time, ay, 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 ay. Whoa. Tiene mucho tiempo. Él tiene mucho down. Woman de callao. Tiene mucho tiempo. Tiene mucho tiempo. Que tiene mucho down. Woman de callao.
All right, y'all, stick around. Afro Dominicanos on the way. If you can help us, we're pushing the chairs back so we can have a dance floor. I meant it when I said we're gonna be dancing. Thank you.
Anoche yo me levanté pensando en ti, mujer, mi corazón me palpitó. Recuerdos del ayer, esos momentos que pasamos, muchos felices, otros amargos. Spotify me puso el playlist, en febrero te mandé. Que te había olvidado, pero pusieron la canción. Olvidemos el pasado en el presente. Vamos a vivir ahora en el momento. Take life by the horn, you only live once. Que no importa lo que digan los demás. Ya lo sé, that I fucked up twice. Y he cambiado, te lo quiero demostrar. Anoche yo me levanté pensando en ti, mujer. Mi corazón me palpitó. Recuerdos del ayer, esos momentos que pasamos. Muchos felices, otros amargos. Spotify me puso el playlist, en febrero te mandé. Que te había olvidado, pero pusieron la canción. Hacerte cosas que no han inventado. Si me enseñaste a querer, también enséñame a olvidar esto que siento. I just wanna be close to you and do all the things you want me to. I just wanna be close to you and show you the way I mañana. Yo quiero amarte hoy, yo quiero amarte hoy, pues si no es mañana. One, you're like a dream come true. Two, just wanna be with you. Three, girl, can't you see that you're the only one for me? Me monté. Eres impresionante, a la vez tan sensual. Libera tu melena, tu afroidentidad. Sabes que tú eres nada de parental. Un grupo de mujeres, eres excepcional. Cuando decidiste irte natural, muchos disparates tuviste que soportar. Porque donde vienes eso no es normal. Libera tu melena, deja de preocupar. 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 Libera tu melena. Eres impresionante, a la vez tan sensual. Libera tu melena, tu afroidentidad. Sabes que tú eres nada de parental. Un grupo de mujeres, eres excepcional. Cuando decidiste irte natural, muchos disparates tuviste que soportar. Porque donde vienes eso no es normal. Libera tu melena, deja de preocupar. 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 Libera tu melena. La chica del orizo me vuelve loco. Cuando yo la veo me pone nervioso. Baby, esa confidence that pulls me over y no me puedo despegar. La chica del orizo me vuelve loco. Cuando yo la veo me pone nervioso. Baby, esa confidence that pulls me over y no me puedo despegar. 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 Y no me puedo. Ay, qué bueno, sé malo, qué malo, sé bueno, qué bueno, sé malo, qué malo. Ay, qué malo, sé bueno, qué bueno, sé malo, qué malo, sé bueno, qué bueno. Ay, qué bueno, sé malo, qué malo, sé bueno, qué bueno, sé malo, qué malo. Ay, qué malo, sé bueno, qué bueno, sé malo, qué malo, sé bueno, qué bueno. ¡Ah! La chica del orizo, la chica del orizo, la chica del orizo, la chica del orizo. Ay, qué bueno, sé malo, qué malo, sé bueno, qué bueno, sé malo, qué malo. Ay, qué malo, sé bueno, qué bueno, sé malo, qué malo, sé bueno, qué bueno.
afrodominicano, para la cultura, viejo. Llegó la cena y Franklin el postre.
Si tú no me quieres, yo no sé qué voy a hacer. Si tú no me quieres, yo no sé qué voy a hacer. Si tú no me quieres, yo no sé qué voy a hacer. Tú vas, yo voy. Tú vas, yo voy. Yo voy a gozar. Yo voy a gozar. Un sábado en la noche salimos pa' Santiago a beber. Un sábado en la noche salimos pa' Santiago a beber. Y yo me encontré, hay una morenita, diablo cuando caché. Y si usted la ve, se atreve a enamorarla y yo también. Si tú no me quieres, yo no sé qué voy a hacer. Si tú no me quieres, yo no sé qué voy a hacer. Si tú no me quieres, yo no sé qué voy a hacer. Tú vas, yo voy. Tú vas, yo voy. Yo voy a gozar. Yo voy a rapar con yeah. Que vengan todas, pa' que se vengan todas. Y como de costumbre, le vamos a hacer el baile famoso de afrodominicano. El baile conocido como el agua en vaso. Y este baile dice así: el agua en vaso, 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 el agua en vaso. Tú me emocionas y yo razona, yo me vuelvo en la moda. Así, biri bam bam, biri bam bam, biri bam bam. Vámonos para Bonao, muchachos, de donde es más comento. I like. Tú eres millonaria y tienes fortuna. Tú eres millonaria y tienes fortuna. Ay, pero yo te pido, no mueva la cuna. Pero yo te pido, no mueva la cuna. Ay, no mueva la cuna. Pero yo te pido.
favorits.
Yeah, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2. Yep.
Who would have thought we would be doing this again? It seems like our time is never right. Pero al pesar que tienes aún, tú nunca dejé de quererte a ti. Hace mucho tiempo atrás te traté de conquistar y por cuestión de un enemigo no te dejaste llevar. Porque lo sientas adentro, muy dentro de tu corazón. Pa' que lo sientas adentro, para cambiar tu actitud sobre el amor, yeah, yeah. Pa' que lo sientas adentro, I promise you won't forget my love. Pa' que lo sientas adentro. There's something about forbidden love that makes you keep coming back for more and more and more and more. I just don't get it. Are you crazy or am I stupid? I just wish we would stop making all these fucking excuses. We belong together, si no me lo crees. Let me ask you one question why you'll never forget. Porque tú sigues buscando, yo sigo esperando, aunque nunca te he podido tener. No es fácil reprimir, contener mi sentimiento. Escoge ya de ti, me despojaré. Pa' que lo sientas adentro, muy dentro de tu corazón. Pa' que lo sientas adentro, para cambiar tu actitud sobre el amor, yeah, yeah. Pa' que lo sientas adentro, I promise you won't forget my love. Pa' que lo sientas adentro. Pero a pesar que no te tengo a ti, que cambiará mi forma de pensar. Nuestro amor es contigo, más que yo quiero escaparme, ahí está. Pa' que lo sientas adentro, muy dentro de tu corazón. Pa' que lo sientas adentro, para cambiar tu actitud sobre el amor, yeah, yeah. Pa' que lo sientas adentro, I promise you won't forget my love. Pa' que lo sientas adentro, alright, alright, alright. Time's up, se acabó tu oportunidad. Ya yo no te quiero, no te jodo más. Por si no sabes lo que tienes, que fácil te lo pierdes. Como quiera tú no cambiarás. Así que sigue tu camino, que yo sigo el mío. This was never meant to be best friends, nada más.
Ooh, yeah. Well, all right, well, jamming. I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, jamming, and I hope you like jamming too. And the rules ain't no vow, we can do it anyhow. I and I will see you through. 'Cause every day we pay the price, we're the living sacrifice. Jamming till the jam is through. We're jamming. To think that jamming was a thing of the past. We're jamming, and I hope jamming, we're jamming right straight from your singing. Holy Mount Zion, Holy Mount Zion, just seated in Mount Zion, it rules all creation. Here we're jamming, up to our war, we're jamming. See, I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, and jam down, hope you're jamming too. Channels a matter try, the truth again is high, to keep you satisfied. True love I know exists, is the love I can't resist, so jam by my side. We're jamming, I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, 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 we're jamming. Hope you like jamming too. We're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming. I wanna jam with you now. We're jamming, we're jamming. Hope you like jamming too. And I hope you like jamming. I hope you like jamming, 'cause I wanna jam it with you. I wanna jam it with you. I hope you like jamming too. I wanna jam it. Wanna jam it.
And it's a protege, eh? Chronics are where you say, eh? Okay.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. Jah provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees, green leaves. Wait, hey.
When me see Jah, me see a way. Drastically straight from hypocrisy, I say, hey. Every man to them own a philosophy. I live the proper way and then me read a chapter daily. Man, they in a city hungry and no eat. And food they down a country just a drop off of the tree then. You see, say poverty no real then, is what the reasoning revealing.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. Jah provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees, green leaves, yeah.
When the rain pits a pot on the roof, herb just a steam pepper pot on the stew. Life is a dream if you got gratitude, so go tell the regime them can't stop what we do now. Information you think on your own, or else you're a slave to the things that you know. What do you know if you learn every day? So be careful of things where you say.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. Jah provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees, green leaves.
Africa in our soul, but a Jah in our heart. It is of importance for I and I gather. If we cannot show now a balance that we had, how do we propose then to carry it abroad? Cannot go to Ethiopia and you not have a plan. The building of a nation and a helper on. Every one a lover, one a man is just a man. It shall be a coronation when we land.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. Jah provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees, green leaves.
Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey Joanna. Hey Joanna. Joanna. Ay ay ay. Hey. How you gonna play me like Drogba? How you gonna do me like Drogba? Oh, DJ Drogba. Hey, DJ Drogba. Joanna, your busy body busy tonight. Mad. Joanna, making all the dummy tonight. Joanna, your busy body giving me life, oh, hey life, hey. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey Joanna. Hey Joanna. 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 Why you do me just like that? I gon' give you all my loving. Love me too, I love you back. Joanna. You be the man, them sugar. Oh, hey. Give me your goodie bag, I want your goodie bag, baby. Mad. Give me your goodie bag, I want your goodie bag, baby. Big package, hey. How do I manage? Hey, you gon' make me turn savage. Hey, body cause damage. Hey, Joanna, Joanna. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey, Joanna. Hey, Joanna. Joanna. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, how you gonna play me like Drogba? How you gonna do me like Drogba? Oh, DJ Drogba. Hey, DJ Drogba. Give it to them, it's up. Give it to them, hey, give it to them, give it to them, hey, give it to them, hey, give it to them, hey, give it to them. Girl, let me love you, darling. I care for you more than my own self, darling. I'll share with you all goodness and well. Said we can have just one night, or we can have one whole life if we play it cool. Yeah, we can have that one thing, or we can have everything if our hearts are true. Girl, slow down. Girl, let me love you. Darling, slow down. Let me get to know you.
Baby, I've been fantasizing, just looking in your eyes. You know I'm looking for more, and you're what I've been praying for. This kind of love don't come around like this. I'm not one to play around like this. It's so real, and I love how it feels. I love it when we slowly sway. I love it when we think the same thing. I love the way we move, the way we move. Yeah. We can have every night, yeah. We can have every day. Ooh, I want you to. I need you.
Darling,
Slow down.
let me love you.
Let me love you.
Slow down. Let me get to know you.
Baby, slow.
I wanna see you tomorrow.
Not just the thrill of today.
Yo, yo, yo. Buenas, buenas. Vamos acercándonos que ya pronto vamos a comenzar. This is the first call. The band will be starting shortly. Woo! Are we ready to dance?
Yep.
Yeah, star boy day for you. Star boy day for you. Baby girl, you find yourself oh. Girl, you make my eye the red oh. Anytime you know they close to me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby girl, now you I want oh. Baby, shey na me you want oh. Make we day 1 + 1 or 2, yeah, yeah, yeah. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh, say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. It be only you be my desire, oh. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh, say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. Only your water be burn my fire, oh. Star boy day for you. Star boy day for you. Everywhere you go, baby girl, you be my number. Gone are the days when me and you just stand for. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Making it right, make it just this stand for you, though. So good. Open up my mind, and only you did my mind, though. Yeah. Baby girl, you find yourself, though. Girl, you make my eye the red, though. Anytime you know they close to me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby girl, now you I want, though. Baby, shey na me you want, though. Make we day 1 + 1 or 2, yeah, yeah, yeah. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh, say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. It be only you be my desire, oh. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh, say 1 yacha. Walita, oh, say Walita. Only your water fi quench my fire, oh. Yeah, yeah. Star boy day for you. Star boy day for you. This kind of love when I get see no corny, yo. Baby, I'm gonna shine with you to the morning, yo. This way I'm gonna do for you, girl, you know funny, yo. Don't be gonna love, man, use you play, although everywhere you go, baby, I go be your handbag. Gone on the days when I go let you stand for. Yeah, yeah. Making it right, make it just the stand for it, though. So good. Open up my mind, and only you did my mind, though. Yeah. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh, say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. It be only you be my desire, oh. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh, say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. Only your water be burn my fire, oh. Yeah, yeah. Star boy day for you. Star boy day for you.
Yeah, I'm good. Let's do it. Yeah, you want some of me, Frankie?
Down my neck as the blood stretched into my legs, waiting for a chance to prove that my soul it belongs to you. I just wanna go, yeah. I just want a beautiful escape. I just wanna move, yeah. Sure you let this love come to take.
Yep. Yo.
So I think that it's very important that before we start dancing, we talk about some real shit that's happening. You know, hi. You can play, I promise. So before we play some danceable music, we're gonna play a reggae song. It's called Dear Bob, and I think it goes perfectly for the occasion. And you guys tell me at the end if you think it goes hand in hand.
Thank you guys so much. I think it felt perfectly to play that. À tous les Haïtiens, on pense à vous. À tous les Haïtiens. Allons planer haut dans le ciel. 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 Allons danser toute la nuit sous le ciel d'Haïti chéri. Les comédies sont pas loin, juste là au bout du chemin. Allons danser toute la nuit sous le ciel d'Haïti chéri. Les comédies sont pas loin, juste là au bout du chemin. À tous les Haïtiens. Allons danser toute la nuit sous le ciel d'Haïti chéri. Les comédies sont pas loin, juste là au bout du chemin. Allons danser toute la nuit sous le ciel d'Haïti chéri. Les comédies sont pas loin, juste là au bout du chemin. Haiti beauty, Renado. Vamos, coño. Vamos a beber, vamos a gozar, vengan los afro, se va a vacilar. Vamos a beber, vamos a gozar, vengan los afro, se va a vacilar.
connection, ¿ah? Qué bacano. Llega Tania Maya, peligrosa soltera, te invita a bailar bajo de una palmera, bella tan sensual, como una bandera, lo vamos a gozarnos tú y yo, pura candela. Es pura candela. Es pura candela. Es pura candela. Es pura candela. Esto es una vaina todito envidia, emocionado con el código y lo demás. Baila me ha pensado que el merengue es lo que tanto llenas, es un ritmo que me voy a poner a gozar. Llegaste a la playa, tu candela te vas a montar, la noche entera, tú y yo bailando, para que veas que la vida es una sola, son pura candela. Pura candela, pura candela, pura candela, la noche entera. Yo tengo una Eva que me gusta mucho, y yo sé que viene a verme pronto. Aunque no me entiendan en el sentido de vámonos de esta fiesta, estamos de soledad. Llegó un enero que no acaba el cuento, y tú me avisas que son mis años yo, que tú vas a ser el bonito baroque, y yo te traigo el papiche de Rere. Llegaste a la playa, bailando con candela, te vas a mojar la noche entera. El dinero se hizo para gastar, para el que pueda y nos vamos a gozarnos. La noche entera, me vea. Es pura candela, es pura candela. La noche entera, mamá. Yeah, we playing some jams for you
Thank you,
guys, by
guys.
the way. Some of these songs are unreleased, so hope you guys like them. You ready, Marco? Yo, how's it sounding out there? You guys sounds good? Baila morena, suelte calor, candela que quema con tanto. Tú tienes el
sudando alegría tú y yo a la vez, pensando en las llamas y bueno después. Ay, qué candela, qué tentación, menea que menea, esa vibración, lámpara en la cintura, fuego en la piel, merengue y locura, hasta el amanecer. Ay, qué candela, qué tentación, menea que menea, esa vibración, lámpara en la cintura, fuego en la piel, merengue y locura, hasta el amanecer. That's the first time we do that, guys. That was fun. Yeah, so what is that? What is that? Huh?
Yep.
It's clear now? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, let's continue partying, yo. Wait, let him unmute it. Hold up. Alright, cool.
We back.
Dale, Pablo. Island wine. Island wine is where we at. Come on up and take my hand. Let's take a trip to the promised land. Donde la música está buena, lo puedo está fantastic. Reggae music, original, bombastic. Then your back and start to wine. Just feel the rhythm and enjoy the ride. Our music is of freedom, got them on libertad. Madness everywhere.
we're having a great time here, guys. I think we all deserve to have a good time after all this shit that's happening, right? You know, it's not, we're not putting it aside or like not talking about it, but it's definitely, we deserve a little bit of goodness, right, in our lives. So I feel like we shouldn't feel like selfish for enjoying ourselves today because, damn, we need a nice breath of fresh air. So we want to commend you guys for staying here. I know it's been a long day of a lot of stuff. Thank you so much, People Forum, for always making these events happen. And yeah, that's pretty much what I want to say. You guys are awesome. Let's continue having such a good time. We're going to play one of the forbidden rhythms of the Dominican Republic. It's called Palo music. It's only forbidden because it's too African for Dominican whitewash. La vez tan sensual, tu melena, tu apetita. Sabe que tú eres nada de aparentar. Tipo de mujer, eres excepcional. Una vez hiciste y te natural. Mucho te parece, tú hiciste soportar. Porque donde vienes, eso no es normal. Libera tu melena, deja de preocupar. Libera tu melena, deja de preocupar. Libera tu melena, deja de preocupar. La vez tan sensual, libera tu melena, tu apetita. Sabe que tú eres nada de aparentar. Nuevo de mujeres, eres excepcional. Una decidiste y te natural. Mucho te paraste, tú hiciste soportar. Porque donde vienes, eso no es normal. Libera tu melena, deja de preocupar. 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 Libera tu melena. La chica del orizo me vuelve loco. Cuando yo la veo me pone nervioso. Y no me puedo despegar. La chica del orizo me vuelve loco. Cuando yo la veo me pone nervioso. Y no me puedo despegar. 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 Y no me puedo.
I see you like the membe.
Frankie playing the guitar. Kelvin Ventura, music director. We got Marco Mento on drums. Piano Pedro on vocals and accordion. This one goes to the verse. Todo lo que siento es más grande que eso. Todo lo que siento es como fuego aquí en mi pecho. Todo lo que siento no lo borrará. El tiempo me prende el alma porque eres todo lo que siento. Morena, tú no eras parte de mi plan, pero ahora sin ti ya no es igual. Tú me tienes soñando despierto y por ti me olvido de estoy. Dices que no, pero vuelvo cada vez que me muerdes. Se me olvida el mundo y sus cuentos porque todo lo que siento, todo lo que siento es más grande que un beso. Todo lo que siento es como fuego aquí en mi pecho. Todo lo que siento no lo borrará. El tiempo me prende el alma porque eres todo lo que siento. Desde que te vi mi alma cambia, la porota el corazón aguanta. Mi rutina se volvió en canción. Desde encuentro tengo convicción. Lo nuestro es amor con candela. Yo me pierdo en tu cintura que me trague la tierra. Todo lo que siento es más grande que un beso. Todo lo que siento es como fuego aquí en mi pecho. Todo lo que siento no lo borrará. El tiempo me prende el alma porque eres todo lo que siento. Todo lo que siento es como fuego aquí en mi pecho. Todo lo que siento no lo borrará. El tiempo me prende el alma porque eres todo lo que queda. Todo lo que siento es más grande que mi beso. Todo lo que siento es como fuego aquí en mi pecho. Todo lo que siento no lo borra. El tiempo me prende el alma porque eres todo lo que siento. Yeah, you guys are funny as hell, bro.
You guys are so nice. Thank you. Merenguito. Make some noise for Aiden in the mixer. We love you.
Yeah. All right, we got this merengue. Let's see how it comes out.
Vacío inmenso, yo la mujer que quiero me dejó. Se me ha ido mi mujer y tan solito me dejó. Se me ha ido mi mujer y no la encuentro todavía. Viendo esta pena yo aquí no espero no vivía. Ella me dejó, ella me dejó. Yo, así soy yo. Ella me dejó, ella me dejó. Aquí sufro yo, aquí sufro.
Vamos a bailar. Ave María, ¿de qué hago? En la vida pasan cosas que uno nunca las entiende.
Hace un año éramos novios, la felicidad no siempre. Otro, otro, otro. Solo que te di otro. Otro, otro. Solo que te di.
Yeah, you went all the way to Solito, Diablo.
Yeah.
Let's do some rock. This is the last one. We're gonna do some rock and roll music. Let's do some metal. Let's do some metal.
Practica en tu casa, mamá huevo.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
is yours, is mine, only one at a time. So precious, is yours, is mine, only one at a time. My life, yeah.
Spells around the clock, dance around the globe, disco 54. I stare you in the eyes, spin you on your toes. Music and music without soul. Filling the top row, shot through blindfolds, past the nitro. Rock the love boat, get high to get low. Chill the Merlot, step in your fast mode, you pick up, we gon' go. Make love once a more, we rest and encore. Do that, hey. Break you off and you kick that cat, hey. Never seen no one this gorgeous. Pay your whole damn mortgage. But when you look at the time, hey, still you the one on the mind, hey. Still you the topic, the prime, hey. Thank God that it's Friday, tonight let's be the life of the party. It's nothing to me, get up and move your
I
feet.
never wanna waste your time. My life, so precious, is yours, is mine. And look at the time. My God, so precious, is yours, is mine. I never wanna waste your time. My life, so precious, is yours, is mine. And look at the time. My God, so precious, is yours, is mine. Beat up little seagull on a marble stand. Trying to find the ocean, looking everywhere. Hard times in the city, in a hard town by the sea. Ain't nowhere to run to. There ain't nothing here for free. Look on the corner, waiting for a train. Drunk, lying on the sidewalk, sleeping in the rain. And the people hide their faces, and they hide their eyes. 'Cause the city's dying, and they don't know why. my sister Sandy and my little brother Ray. By a big old wagon to haul us all away. Live out in the country where the mountains high. Never gonna come back here till the day I die. Oh, Baltimore, ain't it hard just to live? Oh, Baltimore, ain't it hard just to live? Just to live.
Out in the street, they call it murder.
Jam rock, jump where the thugs and camp at. 2 pounder within a van back. It inna your handbag, your knapsack, it inna your backpack. The smell of your girlfriend contact. Some boy not know this. Them only come around like tourists on the beach with a few club sodas, bedtime stories, and pose like them name Chuck Norris. And don't know the real hardcore, cause sandals are no back to. The thugs them we do where them got to. And won't think twice to shot to. Don't make them spot you, unless you carry guns a lot to. A beer tough king come at you when trench town man stop laugh and block off traffic. Then them we learn pop off and them start clap it. With the pin file long and it a beat rapid. Police come in a jeep and them can't stop it. Some say them a playboy rabbit. Get dropped like a bad habit. So no bother post up if you don't tap it. Rastafari stands alone. I come for jam rock. Hey. I come for jam rock.
Out in the street, they call it murder.
I come to jam down. Poor people are dead at random. Political violence can't done. Pure ghosts and phantom. The youth them get blind by stardom. Now the king of kings are called. Whole man to picnic. So wave on no one if you with me. To see this operation sick me. Them suit no fit me. To win election them trick with. Then them down to nothing at all. Come on, let's face it. I get our education's basic. And most of the youth them waste it. And when them waste it, that's when them take the guns, replace it. Then them don't stand a chance at all. And that's why enough little youth have up some fatmatic. With the extra magazine in a them back pocket. And a bleach at night time in a some black jacket. All who not lock clocks at them a lock rocket. Them we fully up a current like a shock socket. Them we run a road block which but the cops block it. And from now till a morning no stop clock it. If them run out of rounds a broke back ratchet. South side, north side. East coast, west coast. Yo. Cornwall, Middlesex and Surrey, y'all. Hey.
Out in the street, they call it murder.
Jamaica, Jamaica. Jamaica, Jamaica. Jamaica, Jamaica. Jamaica, Jamaica. Welcome to 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 Jamaica. Play some music, reggae music. Play some music, reggae music. Root rock reggae, just a reggae music. Root rock reggae, just a reggae music. Hey, Mr. Music, you sure sound good to me. I can't refuse it. What to be, got to be. Feel like dancing, dance 'cause we are free. Feel like dancing, come dance with me. Roots rock reggae, this a reggae music. Root rock reggae, yeah, this a reggae music. Play some music, this a reggae music. Play some music, this a reggae music. Play on the R&B, whoa, want all my people to see. We're bubbling on the top 100, just like a mighty dread. Play on the R&B, want all my people to see. We're bubbling on the top 100, just like a mighty dread. Root rock reggae, this a reggae music, Root rock reggae, give it up for this a reggae music. Play some music, this a reggae music. Play some music, this a reggae music. This a reggae music. This a reggae music. Play on the R&B. I want all my people to see. We're bubbling on the top 100, just like a mighty dread. Play some music, reggae music. Play some music, reggae music.
Now this one dedicated to the girl with the angel face and the devil heart. You know, so ragamuffin track and the most new car players come to deal with this. Step up my youth, hear this.
I know this little girl, her name is Maxine. Her beauty's like a bunch of roses. If I ever tell you about Maxine, you would say I don't know what I know, but murder she wrote.
Real, real.
Murder she wrote. Murder she wrote. Murder she wrote.
Action with him, a pretty face and bad character. Them the kind of living can hold chaka. Follow me. A pretty face and bad character. Them the kind of living can hold chaka. Say, girl, you pretty, your face it pretty, but your character dirty. Girl, you just a act too flirty, flirty. You run to Tom Dick and also hurry. And when you find your mistake, you talk about you sorry, sorry, sorry. Come now.
Have a cozy corner when she jokes and when she jam.
She know about Luke, Jack and every money man. Make love with the coolie Chinese, white man and Indian. The wickedest kind of girl, them is a flyers go up and now do you heard about this girl? Her name is Maxine. Her beauty's like a bunch of roses. And if I ever tell you about Maxine, you would say I don't know what I know, but murder she wrote. Murder she wrote. Murder she wrote. Na na na. Murder she wrote.
Watch you now stand still. You not pay me like bill. If you test a ragamuffin, girl, you go and get killed. Girl, keep wait. Cause you a crebe. And the lyrics when me talk, if me DJ girl come out. Because you nah shock out. And when you hear the ragamuffin, you have to jump and shout. Don't touch me gate. You not pay me what I read. Because great is great, you underrate. Follow me. You pretty face and bad character. Them the kind of living can hold chaka. Follow me. You pretty face and bad character. Them the kind of living can hold chaka. Say girl you pretty, you face it pretty, but your character dirty. Girl you just a act too flirty. You run to Tom Dick and also hurry. And when you find your mistake, you talk about you sorry.
Now every mingle of the year, this young girl have a passion for the coolie white man Indian, not see kill and his fan. And just the other day, me see her 6 months pregnant. Now she back for sweet again with not a baby in a prom. Do you heard about this girl? Her name is Maxine. Her beauty's like a bunch of roses. And if I ever tell you about Maxine, you would say I don't know what I know, but murder she wrote. Murder she wrote. Murder she wrote. Na na na. Murder she wrote.
Excuse me. Y'all never know so you stay. Ragamuffin Jack and they must come to flash it same way. Oh, follow me. You pretty face and bad character. Then the kind of living can hold chaka. Follow me. You pretty face and bad character. Then the kind of living can hold chaka. So girl you pretty, you face it pretty, but your character dirty. Girl you just act too flirty. You run to Tom Dick and also hurry. And when you find your mistake, you talk about you sorry. The girl a pose and a brag out, she look sexy. All she worship is pure vanity. The girl a pose and a brag out, she look ready. When she wash her clothes, it dirty, girl you not ready. If you can't cook for me, girl you not ready. If you can't wash for me, girl you not ready. If you know you're flirty, follow me. You pretty face and bad character. Then the kind of living can hold you up. You pretty face and bad character. Then the kind of living can hold you up. So stand still. You not pay me like that.
Murder she wrote.
Cause you a crebe. And the lyrics and the talk. And if me DJ girl come out. Because you nah shock out. When you hear the ragamuffin, you have to jump and shout. Don't touch me gate. You not pay me what I read. Because great is great, you underrate. Come
Now
on.
you heard about this girl, her name is Maxine. Her beauty's like a bunch of roses. Man, if I ever tell you about Maxine, you would say I don't know what.
Traigo la contra. Para la maravilla. Tabaquito. Tabaco. Tabaquirón. Tabaquito. Tabaquirón. Tabaquito. Porque mande, que mande, en el mundo siempre hagan. Porque mande, que mande, en el mundo siempre hagan. Buena gente, mala gente, el que niega, el que miente, sabio necio, es diferente. Tabaquito. Tabaco. Tabaquito. 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 Quítame esa mala cara, compadre, que no va a matarle esa mangula. Quítame esa mala cara, compadre, que no va a matarle esa mangula. Esa mangula. Tabaquito. 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 Ven a leer. que no va a matar las penas. Vamos juntos dando un trago, esta noche la más buena para hablar de nuestras penas. Ven, alégrese, compadre, que no va a matar las penas. Vamos juntos dando un trago, esta noche la más buena para hablar de nuestras penas.
Para hablar de nuestras penas, para hablar de nuestras penas, para hablar de nuestras penas, para hablar de nuestras penas.
Como dice ya Salam, con el gusto de esto todo el tiempo. We play raw over here, no capos. Ahí está Mora, ahí está Morita. José Baez, el hombre de los nueves. Let them hear you, boy. Dale, de cruzar. Dale, de cruzar. Dale, de cruzar. Ay, muchachos, vamos a decirle el corito que le gusta a ella y a ella también. Con la punta el palo,
Con el medio palo,
con el palo entero,
con el palo entero,
con la punta el palo,
con el medio palo,
con el palo entero yo.
con el palo entero.
Afrodominicano, para la cultura. I never thought I'd meet a girl who drive me crazy like you do. I never thought I'd meet a girl who drive me crazy like you do. And every time I take a spot, I just wanna be with you. And every time I take a spot, I just wanna be with you. Pa' que lo goce. Llegó la cena. I never thought I'd meet a girl who drive me crazy like you do. I never thought I'd meet a girl who drive me crazy like you do. And every time I take a spot, I just wanna be with you. And every time I take a spot, I just wanna be with you. Pero no puedo porque tienes a otro. Pero no puedo porque tienes a otro.
Someone who won't treat you right,
Trust me, I know you.
someone who won't treat you right.
Trust me, I know you. ¿Tú pensabas que estábamos relajando? Don't forget it. Ayer me llamaste and you told me you hate him. Ayer me llamaste and you told me you hate him. The thoughts of not having me are driving you crazy. The thoughts of not having me are driving you crazy. Pero no puedo porque tienes a otro. Pero no puedo porque tienes a otro.
Someone who won't treat you right,
Trust me, I know you.
someone who won't treat you right.
Trust me, I
move for me. Baby girl, you dance for me. I like the way you dey move body. Yeah, you always be 99. Yeah. I like the way you give me fire. Why not jump on my banana? Cause you want to cause disaster. Dance to the beat, go down low. Wine to the beat, go down low. Dance to the beat, go down low. Wine to the beat, go down low. Dance to the beat, go down low. Wine to the beat, go down low. Dance to the beat, go down low. Wine to the beat, go down low.
Allons planer, haut dans le ciel. 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 Allons danser toute la nuit sous le ciel d'Haïti chérie. Les Dominicains sont pas loin, juste là au bout du chemin. Allons danser toute la nuit sous le ciel d'Haïti chérie. Les Dominicains sont pas loin, juste là au bout du chemin.
To the beat, go down low. Wine to the beat, go down low. Dance to the beat, go down low. Wine to the beat, go down low. Dance to the beat, go down low. Wine to the beat, go down low. Dance to the beat, go down low. Wine to the beat, go down low. The way you dey shake for me, and the way you dey move for me. Baby girl, you dance for me. I like the way you dey move body. Yeah, you always be 99. Yeah. I like the way you give me fire. Why not jump on my banana? Cause you want to cause disaster. Dance to the beat, go down low. Wine to the beat, go down low. Dance to the beat, go down low. Wine to the beat, go down low.
Cantando gaga pa' que llueva más. Seque la caña, cantando gaga pa' que llueva más. want me. What am I to do? You say you don't want me. What am I to do? What am I to do? You say you don't want me. Hey girl, I don't get it. Why are you so mad? Hey girl, I don't get it. Why are you so mad? You say you don't want this. Stop acting like that. You say you don't want this. Stop acting like that. Stop acting like that. You say you don't want this. I don't care what's the deal with you. You say you didn't want me, now you acting a fool. I don't care why you acting like that. You say you didn't want me, now you wanna come back. I don't care what's the deal with you. You say you didn't want me, now you acting a fool. I don't care why you acting like that. You say you didn't want me, now you wanna come back. Come back. Come back.
a posição, é poucas palavras, vem fazendo a posição, é poucas palavras, vem fazendo a posição, é poucas palavras. Toma, tapa na cara, toma, vem fazendo a posição, é poucas palavras, vem fazendo a posição, é poucas palavras, vem fazendo a posição, é poucas palavras, vem fazendo a posição, é poucas palavras.
Pode dar tapa na cara, pode dar tapa na bunda. Mentiu com vontade, me chama de sua. Pode dar tapa na cara, pode dar tapa na bunda. Mentiu com vontade, me chama de sua. Pode dar tapa na cara, pode dar tapa na bunda. Mentiu com vontade, me chama de sua. Essa noite eu sou aquela que tu usa e abusa. Essa noite eu sou aquela que tu usa e abusa.
A DJ é novinho, bora pra ela, porque ele pica, ela gosta.
Petros, me atende. Meu tesão é cabuloso, não consigo controlar a minha vontade, porque esse novinho representa de verdade. Meu tesão é cabuloso, me deixa com tesão, me mostrou a pegada dos moleques do serrão. Me mostrou a pegada dos moleques do serrão. Me mostrou a pegada dos moleques do serrão. Toda vez que eu dou pra ele, meu tesão é cabuloso. Por isso eu dou de novo, 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 eu dou de novo. Por isso eu dou de novo, 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 eu dou de novo. Por isso eu dou de novo, eu dou de novo, eu dou de novo, eu dou de novo, eu dou de novo. Por isso eu dou de novo, 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 eu dou de novo. Por isso eu dou de novo, 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 eu dou de novo. Eu não consigo controlar a minha vontade, porque esse novinho representa de verdade. Ele me maltrata, me deixa com tesão, me mostrou a pegada dos moleques do serrão. Me mostrou a pegada dos moleques do serrão. Me mostrou a pegada dos moleques do serrão. Toda vez que eu dou pra ele, meu tesão é cabuloso. Por isso eu dou de novo, 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 eu dou de novo. Por isso eu dou de novo, 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 eu dou de novo. Por isso eu dou de novo, eu dou de novo, eu dou de novo, eu dou de novo, eu dou de novo. Por isso eu dou de novo, 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 eu dou de novo. Por isso eu dou de novo, 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 eu dou
Escurinho, do prequinho lançou. Junto com o DJ, a putaria começou. Ó, bota a mão na parede, se não tem parede, tu bota no chão. Bota a mão na parede, não tem parede, tu bota no chão. Vai, vai, na posição, vai, vai, na posição. 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 Revi no escurinho, do que lançou. Junto com o DJ, a putaria começou. Ó, bota a mão na parede, não tem parede, tu bota no chão. Bota a mão na parede, não tem parede, tu bota no chão. Vai, vai, na posição, vai, vai, na posição. 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 Vai, 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 vai. Na posição, vai, vai, na posição. Vai, 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 vai. Na posição, vai, vai, na posição. Vai, 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 vai. Vai, 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 vai. Vai, 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 vai. Vai, 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 vai.
Mas ela quer o seu envolvido, ela quer dar pra bandido, ela quer o 5-7, ela quer o 5-5. Tá jogando na minha cara, então vou ter que levar. Tá jogando na minha cara, então vou ter que levar. Que levar, que levar. Então vou ter que então vou ter que levar. Planejei um assalto preto, planejei um assalto foda. Mais valioso que ouro, mais valioso que nota nossa tropa. É o 5-7 de xoxota nossa tropa. É o 5-7 de xoxota nossa tropa. É o 5-7 de xoxota nossa tropa. É o 5-7 de xoxota. 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 É o 5-7 de xoxota.
soca. Acabou de perder o capaz, tá se achando a rainha da foda. Acabou de perder o capaz, tá se achando a rainha da foda. Soca, soca, soca. socadinha na buceta das cocotas. Soca, soca, socadinha na buceta das cocotas. Soca, soca, socadinha na buceta das cocotas. Soca, soca, socadinha na buceta das cocotas. O que, 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 ela veio de má intenção, pois ela quer soca, soca. Acabou de perder o capaz, tá se achando a rainha da foda. Acabou de perder o capaz, tá se achando a rainha da foda. Soca, soca, socadinha na buceta das cocotas. O que, o que, o que, socadinha na buceta das cocotas. Soca, soca, socadinha na buceta das cocotas. Soca, soca, socadinha na buceta das cocotas. Soca, soca, socadinha na buceta das cocotas. O que, 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 ela brotou em BH. Com muita força. Ela chegou no baile funk. Com muita força. Ela chegou. Ela chegou. Ela chegou. Ela chegou. Ela brotou em BH. Com muita força. Ela chegou no baile funk. Com muita força. Ela brotou em BH. Com muita força. Ela chegou no baile funk. Ela chegou. Ela chegou. Ela chegou. Ela chegou. Se tu quer, tu vai tomar, vai tomar, vai tomar. Se tu quer, quer, tu vai tomar, vai tomar, vai tomar. Se tu quer, tu vai tomar, vai tomar, vai, toma. Cabeçada dentro, toma, cabeçada fora, toma.
Encaixada, me botada da botada encaixada, depois volta pra botada encaixada muito braba, depois volta pra botada tu ficar enlouquecida depois da sequência braba. Também encaixada, me botada da botada encaixada, depois volta pra botada encaixada muito braba, depois volta pra botada tu ficar enlouquecida depois da sequência braba. Encaixa, encaixa nele, encaixa, encaixa nele, encaixa, encaixa nele, nele, nele. Encaixa, encaixa nele, encaixa, encaixa nele, encaixa, encaixa nele, nele, nele. Também encaixada, me botada da botada encaixada, depois volta pra botada encaixada muito braba, depois volta pra botada tu ficar enlouquecida depois da sequência braba. Também encaixada, me botada da botada encaixada, depois volta pra botada encaixada muito braba, depois volta pra botada tu ficar enlouquecida depois da sequência braba. Encaixa, encaixa nele, encaixa, encaixa nele, encaixa, encaixa nele, nele, nele. Encaixa, encaixa nele, encaixa, encaixa nele, encaixa, encaixa nele, nele, nele. Tu me atiçou, então toma aí. Agora tô aqui na adianta correr. Para de chaminho, bebê, vem pra cá que eu tô doidinho pra sequência voltar. Tu me atiçou, então toma aí. Agora tô aqui na adianta correr. Para de chaminho, bebê, vem pra cá que eu tô doidinho pra sequência voltar. Tu tá pedindo, né? MC Pipo vai botar, hein? Tu tá querendo, não tá, mulher? Então se prepara que vai começar. Encaixada, depois volta pra botada encaixada muito braba, depois volta pra botada tu ficar enlouquecida depois da sequência braba. Também encaixada, me botada da botada encaixada, depois volta pra botada encaixada muito braba, depois volta pra botada tu ficar enlouquecida depois da sequência braba. Encaixa, encaixa nele, encaixa, encaixa nele, encaixa, encaixa nele, nele, nele. Tu me atiçou, então toma aí, agora tô
não adianta correr. Para de charminho, bebê, vem pra cá que eu tô doidinho pra sequência voltar de novo.
Toma.
As mina de BH, que é o DN do RJ. As mina de BH, é o DN do RJ. Eu boto o pau pra cima, você é um caixote. Eu boto o pau pra cima, você é um caixote. Seta chata, seta chata, seta chata na piroca. Seta chata, seta, não para. Vai agora, vai seta chata, seta chata, seta chata na piroca. Seta chata, seta chata. Vamos lá. Meninos e meninas, garotos e garotas.
Senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para. Senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para. Senta malvada, 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 senta malvada. Ela grava siririca e depois vende o conteúdo. Ela grava siririca e depois vende o conteúdo. Fala pra mim quanto tá o pacote, manda vir que eu compro.
Então tu pega o telefone, desbloqueia a tela, vai no seu contato e procura o número dela, pra ligar pra ela, pra ligar pra ela. Hoje deu uma vontade de comer xerecatela. Então tu pega o telefone, desbloqueia a tela, vai no seu contato e procura o número dela, pra ligar pra ela, pra ligar pra ela. Hoje deu uma vontade de comer xerecatela.
O DJ Dimas, ele é sinistro.
Hoje deu uma vontade de comer xerecatela. Para a foda é boa, não tem como esquecer. Quando o amor é gostoso, não tem como esquecer. Então, liga pra ela. Para a foda é boa, não tem como esquecer.
Ela senta por cima gostoso, na sequência do sente trepa. Ela senta por cima gostoso, na sequência do sente trepa. Sente trepa, 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 sente trepa. Ela senta por cima gostoso, na sequência do sente trepa. Ela senta por cima gostoso, na sequência do sente trepa. Ela senta por cima gostoso, na sequência do sente trepa. Ela senta por cima gostoso, na sequência do sente trepa. Sente trepa, 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 sente
Sentono,